What up? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. How is your life? Happy Wednesday, everybody. Today we are going to be working on flash freeze, the freezing powers. I have successfully added the meteor storm. I said that I wasn't streaming on Monday because I was having optimization issues. Turns out everything was fine. But I was able to just get through a lot of necessary things. So it was good. So today we got to create the ice powers. And this was like my preliminary sketches here. And we'll see where it ends up. Just got to create the animation. Even what's going on, my life is like a box of chocolates with no chocolates inside. Oh God. The humanity. Chocolate's the best. You know, it's like maybe there's no chocolates inside, but you know, you can get chocolates. They're not that expensive. There's all manner of chocolate out there. What's up, Baruni? Hello. Welcome in. I'm wearing my hat today. I didn't shave, so all you can see is the dark patch of hair on the side, and then it looks bald on top. So I'm wearing a hat. So no one gives me shit for being a slob and not shaving my head. It's hard. It's a lot of work to be shaving all the effing time. So I'm gonna look like a bro today. It just is what it is. But I told you guys the truth. The people who are here first, you get it. Fine, thanks. How is the game going? What are you working on? Well, guys, I'll give you a rundown of the latest and greatest. I did a lot of shit. Like a lot. Oh shit! Wait, hold on. I need to add in the intro. I haven't shown you guys the intro at all. Let's see. Any intro, true. So I started building out what's going to effectively be the title screen. We're really getting close to having like kind of a demo. But one of the major things that I still have to do, obviously I need to finish up the title screen stuff, but I'll show you kind of what I have started for it. And I was able to get screen shaken with screen flashing and the option to take off the flashing, take off the screen shake for those who want to option out of it. I need to create a settings screen where you can actually set that setting. But that looks cool as a balding 33-year-old. I understand. You know how it is. People can't handle it. But I personally don't care. So I'm like, I'll show you guys. But it's just easier to I think it makes people more comfortable when they don't have to face existentialism, time, existence. Okay, here we go. So check it out. Title screen, guys. Actually, yesterday I was working on making a pixel form of the logo. And this is the, it's going to be like the intro of the game. I've decided I'm not going to do this as the intro to the level because it would just be too obnoxious to constantly show this scene. But for the beginning of the game, it's going to be like this. And then we're going to have like the options on maybe the right or the left side. I'm thinking maybe on the right, where it's going to say like, you know, new game, settings, exit, stuff like that. Whatever's going to be there. And then, you know, maybe like copyright information or something. But imagine there's like some like atmospheric music or something. I don't know. Beginning of the game, title screen. When it gets worse, you'll shave it off. Hey man, it's better just to shave it, but sometimes you get too lazy and you don't want to shave. So holy amigos, what's up, Warlock? Welcome in. So guess what? Title screen, intro, beginning of the game, scroll down. Ah. And then here's where like the game, like the storyline could start. But I'm actually thinking I'll just like potentially fade it out or something and not actually have this transition at all. But for now, it's what I have. Might be good for like the trailer or something. And I added the more manual glow around the banner. So that's something I changed. And here, let me change. Update the music here. This is almost over. Over. Okay, so what have we done? So I worked out the programming for the Goblin Bomber so that if he dies within range of an Arcana, he'll still do damage to it, but he'll do less. So the code that I'd written on stream last time was good. I just had a one malformed for loop. It was, I did, instead of like a less than, I did a greater than symbol. And it took me a while to pinpoint that was what was wrong. Sometimes your bugs are not obvious. And so it definitely took a high focus session to fix that. But honestly, that was fixed over the weekend. And then on Monday, I was having this issue where I was adding in the load texture function on the sprites, the enemy sprites, where I was adding the ability to specify rows of the sprite sheet into the load texture function. And by manually putting it there, it had messed up the wizard, the Stormcaster specifically. And so she was like blipping. And so I thought it was an optimization issue. I thought I was running out of memory and that like my sprites were suddenly starting to disappear. But then I had realized that it was because of that. And so I had to put in just a condition that said, you know, if it comes in as the default value, don't use it or something. And that fixed it. So then I was like, oh, there is no optimization issue, except there was. I was adding in the screen shake for the I was adding in screen shake for the meteor storm. So let's grab a meteor storm here. And it was initially I was creating I created a sprite that was the entire screen. It was like 780 by 270. It was this giant sprite of the meteor animation. And I was also loading the image for it right when I was going to use it. So then there was this like point where it hung It was just like hanging there, and then it would play because it was loading the image. So I preloaded the images, and then I also went back and trimmed the images in half, basically, and really reduced the size of them as well. So I'm already preloading them, but I still lighten the weight of it. So optimization for Meteor Storm, but check it out. We got Meteor Storm functioning now. We got full flashing, full screen shake in function. And I also added the screen shake to all the specials, which includes for Raging Roots, which I did like a little bit of a update for that. So now we got cool screen shake effects for the awesome Meteor Storm. So it's like full action. Was that an issue as I was scrolling? That part looked okay.
Come on.
I don't know if my flashing is looking correct or not. Let me actually do that one more time. I also moved the animation of the Death Flower to the front so that as it comes in, you can roll over it sooner. All right, let's see. No, that looks fine. High action. Oh, wait, see right there. I think when I move, let's see if I can catch that in a moment. It's gonna be tricky. Okay, see right there. I have a little space in the corner here where you can see behind the flashing. So I gotta make sure when I'm moving camera that it doesn't get moved. Okay, so I think I need to specify that it's special background. Special background. This is one thing I love about like presenting what I do to you guys, because then it like I tend to have like a closer, like I get a little higher scrutiny on it, and so it's like that a little bit of a checks and balance system for me. So I show you guys and I notice like there's flaws because I'm showing it to people. It helps me get a little extra critical on it in that moment. Personally, you would try to move the tree to the left of the screen so the UI will have some space to breathe with. Still looks nice. Can't wait for the wind sounds. Personally, you would move the tree to the left. Oh, I see what you're saying on the title screen. Or maybe put the whole UI with logo on the top of the tree. Yeah, I don't know. I'm playing with it still, and doing the asymmetrical is where I'm at right now with it, and we'll see how it feels once the text comes in. The fact that well, the thing is, I want on the initial scene, I want to fade in. I want it to like fade into the scene, you know, like I want it to start up top here. And what I'm thinking is that, so I need to make it work in some way where we're feeling the waves of the leaves in the tree in the moment here. And so I initially was thinking the UI would be on the like the you know, new game settings, that little menu would be here on the lower right because of the simplicity of the mountain in the background. And so then adding the options to the left, covering that, felt like it would be too much. Like I wanted to be a little bit immersed in the tree in this moment, but it's just the top of the tree. But it might work so that if it's in the upper left, top left, and I just have to experiment. I might need to just be more up in the sky, you know, and then just not really show the tree at all. But like the reason why I have the tree in center is because I want it to be able to scroll down into the scene, and then we get to see the whole tree in the whole forest as we scroll down. And then here I want to start like the intro scene, and then start like a brief like comic book panel, or, you know, just like show pictures and then like have like dialogue and stuff like that and show like the intro of the game. It's a light plan right now. But let me see, what was I going to do? We were going to make sure that when we go to the move camera, what about looping sprites, move looping sprites. I put in a check. This waterfall. It equals a null pointer, continue. I thought there would have been a check for that. That's just my light plans, and it's to be honest, I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to intro the game fully. That's just kind of like the working title screen, and I might even just make it so like that it fades out and doesn't even show the pan down. Part of me just is holding onto the pan down because I did all the art for it and I just want to use it. Honestly, I think it's good though if I do show it, because I feel like it's more of an establishing shot and it can be a good moment. But again, it's not going to be like it's not going to be the beginning of every level, just the very beginning of the game and the start of the story. So when we add T special, when this comes in, we say it's a special background true. Here, I say it's a special background true as well. Why is this one not getting shifted, but the other one is? So we need to check. Yuri, thank you for the follow. Bites, thank you for the hydrate. So today we're mostly going to be working on the flash freeze animation, but I'm going to sort out this one issue that I'm having with the flashing. And I thought it was because I wasn't setting the special background. But why, oh why would this be getting moved around? Something to do with the init X. Right here. Oh, I guess I am adding it to the front looping sprites. Honestly, if it's not getting moved, no, it would need to stay with the camera movement. So here I'm saying that it is plus 150. Why would it be plus 150? Oh, here, it's because of the break. I'm assuming that there's only ever one special background. Okay, that should fix it. All right. Yeah, like I'm still like for the intro, it's a matter of just iteration at this point, and that is just I didn't even really sketch it out. I'm just sort of working with what's there, and I don't know. I don't think it's fully formed yet. It's just started as kind of a light idea, and now I'm starting to think how I've been working on the actual intro of the game, what I want it to look like, storyboarding it and stuff, and I'm not sure that, you know, that it's all gonna work like as I want it. But honestly, I think that if I push the scene higher, like push the tree out of it, and then I could put the logo in the middle, and then just have it be in the sky with the mountains and then no tree, because I think balancing it with the tree is what's difficult, and just showing kind of a forest in the background on the mountains, letting that kind of be enough, and then putting the logo in the center with like options in the middle. Or I could pretty much do whatever at that point, and it would probably feel balanced. But on this image, I'd have to program it a little differently. I'd have to create a little more vertical parallaxing with the mountain and the tree, which I should probably already be doing anyways. But okay, let's check this special, make sure it gets moved correctly. Yeah, looks fine. Okay, perfect. One idea. So let's see, 45, push this to 0. So we'll test that. And let's see. So these are kind of my initial sketches, thinking, you know, I want to utilize for the frost card. What was the final? So if I go all the way up into the sky, then I could center Woods of War. Where's the card? Mini here. Card interface small. So the idea is when I drop the little card, there will be ice emanating in all directions. So here's like maybe an initial thought of like centering the logo and starting a little bit higher up, and then I could do the options on maybe the center or potentially to the right in the corner. But now it like makes me do more like a center thing possibly. And I think this still works. But we'll see. This is just kind of the preliminary thoughts of what the title screen could be. Yeah, I think there should definitely be some like vertical parallaxing. Come on. But let's get focused on this for now, and I'm actually gonna push that real quick too. Center. Swole, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, so Okay, so currently this is at 480 by 270. So we want to make sure and center this. So I'm definitely thinking Iceman or Sub-Zero. I've been like reviewing different ice-powered heroes and seeing the effects that people generally come up with. And ice is definitely like an interesting... It's an interesting thing that people approach, because it's either they go for like a very translucent thing, or they go for a very like shiny, just generally blue looking thing. We look up, there's like a Salvador de la Roca Iceman comic that he did. Yeah. I totally spelled his name horribly wrong. It's actually a pretty cool comic from back in the day. Like, it's when the Uncanny X-Men are doing their series where they're fighting basically like the new Sentinels, the new Sentinel types, which are like basically humanoid looking. And here's like their leader, Bastion, I think his name was. And here's like a scene where Iceman's fighting him. And he does this cool thing where he like right here, he grabs him and throws him, and then this right here, the like corpse is actually a dummy corpse. He just like created a perfect clone of himself in ice and fooled Bastion into thinking that he had died in that moment. Pretty impressive. But you can see like This is Salvador de la Roca, and I love his art. He's generally got like a good flavor to his anatomy and just general like take on things. I've always appreciated his penciling, the illustrator here. And you can just see the color-wise, they don't do much translucency. They just do a lot of blues and, you know, blue to white. And I think I want to approach it. I mean, the way that I've been making, let's see. I actually think I have another. I think this was also Salvador de la Roca. Oh no, it's saying this was Joe Mad. So this one's definitely starting to bring in the lighting of the sky a little bit, but it's still, again, just like the blues, the way that Marvel used to do Iceman. Just definitely looks like Liquid, old comic book colorist, at least the company. It's kind of insane how much Joe Mad evolved. But his anatomy is also insane. Look at this 4-pack. Look at this 4-pack, baby. Who needs a 6-pack when you can have a 4-pack? His anatomy was always iffy, but his style, undeniable. Iceman is definitely one of my favorite X-Men. I've always loved him. I've always loved the potential for being able to create infinite ice from nothing. Kind of an insane ability. And so this is the ice that I initially was creating, because I'm trying to conceptualize how I'm going to first of all like freeze enemies in ice. And this is based on the art that I did for the card, more or less. And so having this like little block is kind of the initial look. Like I need to somehow create like a block of ice per enemy type. And I've actually been going back and forth how I want to do this, because I actually need to, like, if we look at the original Mortal Kombat way that they like froze their enemies, Sub-Zero, they would just turn the enemy like blue, right? So like in the original, that's all they would do. they would just like tint the enemy blue no matter what state they were in. Just give them kind of like this little overlay of blue and like lighter colors and be like, boom, he's frozen. And have some like particles like falling off him. Obviously, when they got into like more CG, it got a little more advanced. You know, I generally prefer a chunky ice look. That'd be more like this. As opposed to something that's just kind of like a general cop out, you know? But at the same time, you can't deny the efficiency of this, because if I was to do something like that, then I could potentially, like, say for instance, like I'd be able to freeze the enemies in their path, you know, no matter what they're doing. And let me see, let's open up, not the orc, but let's do the troll. So like say we took the troll for instance. I created a just take a blue from this. Just did a blend mode. I could also potentially combine things. It's always made me laugh when you'd freeze someone midair and they just stay there. I know, like, I think I'm gonna do it though. See, here's the other thing. Here's the other rub in my game. Because I'm thinking like, I want the idea that you're just completely freezing enemies in the state that they're in. I like that concept generally. So we will be freezing, I think, also the airborne enemies in air, and they're just going to float. It's just the way it is. They're not going to like plummet to the ground. Because then I'd have to create an animation of the enemy like getting back up off the air. I think in some respect, in general, in games, you're just kind of representing what's happening. Doesn't have to be a perfect representation. Where's this? Oh, it's under caster. I always forget that. I need to change the name. So we got caster. So like when good old, it's like when she's like in her full on Like I could just do like a freeze thing like that. Well, what would end up happening is I'd have to go through each frame of each enemy and sort this out, basically. And the other option is to do that anyways, and then use the block of ice on top of it. Whoops. Just want to do the block of ice. Of course, I wouldn't want to do it like that. I'd want to actually extend the block of ice to fit around the actual character at the proper size. Again, I'd have to like manually create a block of ice for like every scene of the enemy. So this is what's tough about this, because I'm just not sure. I could potentially make a resizable ice block. Like the way that I created the button, I created a dynamic button that can essentially be any width to match whatever the button label is. And save you is 18. Save you is 15. To me, the block of ice, I think visually, aesthetically will be more interesting, potentially, but also having just the frozen look will be more precise and generally more efficient. Like perhaps I can come up with an interesting formula. So like if we take this, take off the blend mode, grab the look, So doing like an outline generally would be not super difficult, and doing kind of like a blend mode effect could potentially work. I just don't think it would look like that. But what I like about this is the fact that I could freeze them in any state that they're in. And then when they break out, like I could throw them automatically, or they could just like return to like a walk cycle or something. Or perhaps just continue from where they left off. How you doing, little boy? Welcome in. Doing pretty good. Trying to find a solution for making them look frozen that's going to work for every enemy type. That isn't going to be too arduous. We want to minimize how much work goes into this, of course. Maybe on top of something like this, I could do... I could potentially do something... Let me see, actually. If we do... This has like a nice... blue with some transparency. And then outside of that, do the full effect. So we could do 3. Outline. And then 2. I mean, that's like a relatively low maintenance way. Still a decent amount of work, but it could be it could work. So we're talking I generally think that's probably the way, because like for every new enemy type that I create, I'm going to have to create this effect. So I can't go super deep with it. I mean, part of me would want to add a lot of extra planes over top of the image and stuff, but it would be a pain in the ass. I suppose the alternative would be creating like a larger ice image that I end up just cropping into place. So like, let's see, if we open up the card, because that'd be about the same amount of work, wouldn't it? So by creating like a giant ice kind of looking texture, I can then go in each frame with the same texture and then just like copy and replace it. Or I mean, go in and select the outline of the character and then delete the edges. So that I could still get this effect on all the characters, and it would be consistent, but it would still be the effect. Any advice to someone trying to learn how to draw? Just do it. The advice that is probably the best thing you could learn as a nub is to give yourself a chance to succeed, because you're going to be contending with a lot of self-doubt as you progress, because there's a special curse that comes along with becoming an artist. And as you improve as an artist, your observational skills improve. So your ability to see flaws enhances, along with your actual ability to draw. So as you're getting better at drawing, you're going to be able to see the errors more easily. And so you're always going to feel like something's wrong with your art forever. And so it's important early on, especially, to practice gratitude. And in a very functional way to practice that is to keep sketchbooks and date them. And after 3 months have passed of drawing every day, or however much time, anytime you need to, look back, months back from the things that you were drawing, and make note to yourself of how much you've improved. And that way you can be like, I'm grateful for how far I've come. And use that as encouragement to just keep going. Good luck, Padawan. What's up, Nan? I could not have said this better myself. Applies to many things, but I pick apart my art all the time. Yeah, indeed. I think the final boss in everybody's life is themselves. You know? We bully ourselves like narcissistic, shitty people. You know? Who are we to trash ourselves endlessly? But we do it. Just sit there in bed, you're like, I'm such a fucking loser. Oh my God. Like, shut up. We're all losers. Just get up and get to work. Get up and do it anyways. Yeah, I think it works across all things. Code art or visual art. Yeah, it's everything. Look back at my old sketchbooks like that's rubbish, but I also feel them as an inspiration. Indeed. Well, I think it definitely helps to be drawing the same sorts of things all the time. Like if you want to get good at life drawing, for instance, they recommend you do at least like 12 hours a week of life drawing. That's a lot. I mean, that's like, you know, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour a day. And there's like a lot of like life drawing videos and stuff where you can just sit and draw people, life. Tracing things to understand their underlying structure can be a big, important thing. Yes, yes. Don't be too hard on yourself. Give yourself the chance to succeed. You know, don't bully yourself into submission. There's always going to be someone better. We live on the internet now, and there's always somebody better. And then on top of that, there's some technology out there stealing the work of the masters. You know, so it's like, no matter what, even the masters are getting duped by technology. It's like, there's always something better. And so it's not about being the best. It's about being better than yourself a week ago. But I've been reading this Stephen King book on writing, and the way he talks about writers, like he used to teach writing, and the way he talks about it is just like, it's funny because obviously the guy reads like 80 books a year or whatever, and he says he's like, I'm a slow reader. I only read like 80 books a year. I'm like, holy fuck. It's like, if you want to become a good writer, you have to read. And I'm like, oh God, I got to read more. But one of the things that he keeps harping on, and he's kind of a bully, it's like, you can turn competent writers into good writers, but you can't like make a bad writer a good writer, and you can't make a good writer a great writer. It's like, some people just have what it takes, and some people don't. And this is just within like the scope of writing specifically. And I think that's what's true about that. And it can be true of any form of art, is the underlying person. You know, are you able to communicate something in a universal sense? And even if it isn't universal, does it like just really apply to the niche that you're part of or trying to be part of? And I think that's like, in that sense, I agree with that like not everyone is necessarily going to have what it takes to be great, or perhaps they lack the self-awareness to improve, you know, and to admit that they have things to work on. Who knows? Could be a number of things. God, how am I going to do this? I need to come back with the transparency. So I need to go back to a non-transparent approach, and we'll drop the opacity later. That way I can be rogue. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the issue. Delete. You know, I think it's important to be able to acknowledge to yourself whether or not you're going to be able to do well at something, and not everyone can do everything. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't give yourself the proper time and education to try and do it right, you know? Like the way he talks about how a competent writer can become a good writer, you know, go from competent to good. So like, if you have a good set of tools and you're able to build on that, then yeah, I mean, improvement can be had, but I don't know. I think it's a tricky thing. It can be a tricky thing to know whether or not you being able to bring things together or not. I don't know. Mostly traditional media. Yeah. I used to draw a lot in the past, mostly acrylic and oils and pencil drawings. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm not drawing enough these days. Like I'm doing more sketches for the intro of the game, and I'm just like really hamming up the anatomy and stuff. And I'm like, fuck. It's tricky when you're doing game dev. You're like having to switch gears a lot, and in order to really draw something well, I'm gonna have to just iterate on it a lot. You never stop learning new things and challenging yourself, which I find one of the coolest things. Yeah, for sure. You should always be trying to improve yourself, improve upon your skill sets and all that. That's how you that's how you prevent yourself from ever getting bored. You know, people who say they get bored, it's like, how? There's like a million things you could be doing. A million. Programmers are bad about this too. You got to witness that quite a few times now. Programmers are bad about, yeah. Just like anything though, you have to actually do the things to get better at it a lot. They say 10,000 hours, right? You will try to improve, not improving myself. Is that a problem with you, Nan? Are you over critical of yourself? Is that what that is? It's a tricky thing because you can't officially do something well unless you believe in yourself. So step one is believing that you can. And you have to like genuinely believe. But on top of that belief, you have to want it. You have to deeply, passionately aspire to that thing. Without these two things, you're not really going to have a shot. And Jap Nabbit. But these days, I mean, the rate at which people consume content, it's like there's room for all level of things, you know, like you don't have to be the master at something. It just has to be compelling or useful. And people will be supportive and interested. But I think at the heart of it, most people want to create something that inspires, you know? Something that somehow puts you in a cathartic state of healing. I remember when I was younger, like high school age, I had such a potent ability to get cathartic feelings. You know, like I'd go to like a movie, and the end of the movie, I'd walk out and I would sit through the entire credits. I wouldn't want to be around anybody. I wouldn't want to talk. I would just be like in that moment, and it would hit me so deeply. And it used to be like this almost like religious experience. Like it was like so deep. And I think now I still have some fragment of that left, but not quite like when I was, you know, a hormonal teenager. Like that, it was just like intense and beautiful, and everything was just like magic, you know. And now I'm just an old man, and it's still magical, but as you get old, you become jaded and rougher around the edges. You know, you're more grounded. You always feel the need to do better, so it can be stressful when you are not improving as fast as you would like. You can only improve as fast as you do. Right? I contend with that feeling all the time. Like I really feel that, because like as I work on this game, I'm just like always finding slightly better ways to do things, or finding flaws in what I have done, and it can be embarrassing, and I don't know, I can easily be so hard on myself. Let's see, we got a nice purple, we got this blue, we got this turquoise. Let's get rid of them all. So I'm just trying to create this sort of generic block of ice, all right? And let's put it into practice for a second. And what I'm trying to plan for here is I'm gonna generally create the block of ice, and we'll run a little quick test here. So I'll make it like really massive, so massive that it could fit around the dragon. Oops, wanted to drop opacity. And eventually we'll get all the coloring right. Why are you doing that? And then what I will do is I will select this, and I will select this, and then we will reverse select and delete. And voila. Ice around each enemy individually. So it'll be like the same kind of shape, but it'll give me those cracks and planes across the actual shape. And that's the look that I want. And by creating like a very generic texture, then I can just like cut it into each individual enemy. So it is still going to be a decent amount of work to do a lot of that cropping, but it'll basically be the same amount of work as adding like the strokes and stuff like that. But this is going to be the approach that I'm going to take, so that each frame is going to have a frozen look. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of work, but I think it's going to garner the best result. So we're going to keep making this fake ice texture for a while. Let me see. What's the biggest we go? We want to cover the dragon rider all the way. So this is... doesn't really need to be that. Yeah, I guess it needs to be that big. So we're saying 221 by 225. 221 by 225. All right, so give me did I say 25? Didn't I read 255? I'm so dyslexic. It's pathetic. Oh my god, we're gonna go 260 by 260, a big old block, and then I'll paste this over to that. Oof. That's so much detail. Maybe I can start repeating it at some point. God damn. You remember a guy who was so good at hand painting 3D models once said after like 100 trees, kind of felt like he got one decent. And that stuck with me ever since. Oh yeah, I feel that. I feel like a lot of us don't give ourselves credit for how fast we do improve though. It's hard not to compare to others. Comparison is the thief of joy. Classic axiom. What's up, free code? By the way, going to game. Nice, Travis. Hell yeah. Never seen before. You're eating disco. It's a custom engine, I assume. What are you using? Da, 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 da. Hello, free code. Nice, Travis. A true legend over here, creating things from scratch. I know we were on ads. Hopefully you heard some of... I was just reading up on chat. Never seen before. I'm eating disco. No, not salt and vinegar. I'm eating cheese and onion. I like salt and vinegar and cheese and onion. There's really something more to that. You're the legend up here. Your art for this game is amazing. Thank you, Travis. You know, I'm not trying to be the best. I know I'm not the best, but I'm just trying to be better than myself from months ago. And hopefully that eventually will be something worth enjoying, you know. Who knows what history will say about me, but for the few that come to know me, hopefully will enjoy what I produce. And who knows, you know, because like I'm out here trying to inspire other artists, and who knows who's hanging out in chat. Some future legend that I can take a small amount of pride in knowing that I was here to inspire that person to kick ass. I mean, that's why we kind of give back. You know, it's like I feel like I've been getting cathartic payoffs from art and shows and music and all kinds of stuff my whole life. And at some point you just feel like, damn, I want to give back some of that energy because it's been a gift. It's been a beautiful gift. It's wonderful. Gay. What is disco? You stream for trauma bonding? Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm yet to meet a streamer who isn't traumatized on some level. And the funny thing about connecting like through Twitch and stuff too, because I mean it is in a pseudo sense a social media platform, but it's like the parasocial element of it is also traumatizing. So it's like I don't know how many times I've literally met up with like streamers in real life, and it's always been like weird. trauma bonding is a great way to put it, because I think streamers in general are all kind of, you know, must be off their rocker in some sense. And I am no exception, I'm sure. It's just kind of funny. Getting caught up in the parasocial. That's what our generation is going to be known for. But honestly, I think as like we move into the future further and further away from like third-party places, you know, that people are just going to become more accustomed to meeting online, and it's probably going to like evolve into just how people meet in general. When it used to be like stranger danger, now it's like the only way to really meet people. It's kind of funny. But regardless of whatever parasocial nonsense, we're still connecting on a human level, despite it all. Because we need people. We need people. Yes, from 5 years of unemployment, you have never who? Wait, what? I've met a number of streamers. I used to live with a partnered streamer, Cantaloupe. He's a Hearthstone streamer. He has around like 40,000 followers, and he pays the bills streaming, and he has for like a decade. And when I lived with him, we had like streamers coming over to the house, and because he's a very social dude, and you know, just generally met people, slid into some DMs, and then we'd like meet up. And but sometimes parasocial should just stay parasocial. There is rare cases though where people actually figure it out. It's kind of it's always like interesting when it does. Off our rocker, I didn't even know you had one. Where is it? Damn, that's solid. Well, you know how it is. It's human nature. You just see people and you want to date them, and you and it's like naturally you get into trouble shooting your shot. Trouble's not really the wrong, or it's not really the right term. I mean, it's like more like things just run their natural course. People who live perpetually online, it's like, it's the worst part about the parasocial thing, is because like people usually are super long distance, and it's like, fuck. Why does it have to be that way? Why can't we all just like live in one giant town? And we'd be like, you know what? We're the game dev crew, and we're just going to get together and hit the coffee shop and just code for like 8 hours. Do I live in a big city? No streamers I know in my area? I do, yeah. I generally don't really talk about where I live, but I happen to live in a big city, yeah. I'm a big city person, I guess, but I'm like still like a shut-in. Like, I might as well, like I very easily could like live in a small town, honestly, but I've always just lived in big cities. I think I'm going to end up just copying and pasting a lot of this stuff. This is just so much. Bum, 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 bum. I'll message you, Nan. I'll tell you where I really am. Only the select few may know. Those who put it on the line. I moved to where I am away from people. Too many crazies. I figure if I want to hang out, I can go to them. Yeah. Watching 2 streams at the same time. Let's go, A-Clocks. Thank you for the lurk, man. I appreciate you. I think that's part of getting old, though. Wanting to get away. Maybe it is. I don't know. What am I going to call this? This is going to be ice texture. Saved as an A sprite. Ice texture. I'm not sure if I ever asked this, but do you have an ArtStation page? An ArtStation page. Yeah, I do, but it only has like 2 pieces on it. And it's under Riyin Art. Rockadoodle, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you. Go ahead, run away, run and go take care of yourself. I will try to take care of your crew. Guys, I'm developing a game called Woods of War. And here's the game. It is a tower defense game that is also a card game. It's a card game. It's like Hearthstone meets Kingdom Rush. But it's also real time. So it's not turn-based, basically. So you play as this tree that's a tower you must protect, and you have cards that are dealt to you, and you use them to place them on the nodes and build stuff. As long as you have the mana to do it, you can do it. And I just added in the meteor storm. So I finally got screen shake and the flashing animation in. Pretty dope. And you can like use cards, like repeat cards. I got another Thornblade here. I can use that to upgrade this other Thornblade. Or you can use it to build a new one, and it's cheaper generally to upgrade via that. Or you can click on the Arcana directly to upgrade it that way, but that tends to be more expensive. You can also heal them for a lot. And there's just different ways that you play the cards, but every 15 seconds you're dealt a card and you have to find a way to survive. And currently the wave is built so that there's like a ton of these goblin bombers that are like basically destroying everything instantly. There's not going to be like this many of them. Ooh, see there, you saw how the goblin bomber hit both of those Arcanas when he blew up like right on top of them. I'll need to test them when they explode on multiple targets. But anyways, yeah, this is a tower defense that enemies coming from the right and the left, and as you kill dudes, you like are earning cards and mana crystals, all that stuff. And yeah. So it's up on Steam to wish list, but I currently don't have the current screenshots of the way the game looks now, as well as I don't have a trailer yet, but it's coming. I'm getting close. Right now I'm building an ice texture, and this is going to look like this in the end. So this is like the enemy when I run the flash freeze card. It's going to go through and like freeze all the enemies, and I'm trying to create a way that I'm going to create a frozen look on every single frame of the enemy, so that no matter what state they're in, they just like freeze. And so that's what this big old texture thing is happening right here. I'm just slowly creating basically this look right here. We're going to be creating this ice texture. And that's it. That's my spiel. I'm Riyin Art. Welcome in. All right. I didn't even consider looking myself because most of the time people use their in real life games on the page. Time to follow. Explosion. Yeah, it's true. That explosion I felt like worked out pretty good. Pretty good. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so where were we, guys? Back to work. So I'm not doing the transparency yet. I'm just generally still laying out the look of it. And I'm creating a super big texture here because I need this. I'm going to be cropping this in to the different enemies, and some of them are pretty damn big. Like the dragon is a really big sprite. And so I have to make this really large. So that way I can easily crop this into all the things. All the different enemies. So we're basically just going to be freezing enemies all day. And then I also want to make it so that when I'm actually dropping the card, so the way that it's going to work, here, let's hide that, bring that back up. So you're going to take the little card and you're going to drop it. And wherever you drop it, I wanted to make it so that the ice like emanates from the card out and covers the whole screen. And as it covers enemies, you see each enemy like, frozen into their little block of ice. So you drop the card, then this like, we're going to create that ice animation of the ice like emanating out towards where you drop the card. But first we got to get all the enemies frozen. So it's a big ass project here because we got to get, right now there is currently, I believe 5 enemies. And so we got to get all 5 enemies up to snuff and get the workflow established for that, because for every new enemy I'm gonna have to add the freezing to them. So it's kind of like I'm trying to make sure that it isn't an insane amount of work to do this, make it manageable, and I think I found a good formula for it. So I'm gonna like, we're gonna actually individually add a stroke to each frame. But so we're going to add, first we're going to add a stroke around each frame 3 times. So a 3 pixel thickness stroke. And then we're going to use that as the basis to crop in this texture that we're creating on each frame of the enemy. And then we're going to create 2 extra strokes outside of that. And then we're going to add a multiply and addition layer. And that's it. So that way we get little ice blocks that are very closely shaped to the enemies, but still have the look, which is what this is mainly for, is to get the look of the ice that I want. Dun, 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 dun. Which actually I'm very happy that this came out, this worked out this way, because this is going to be very good. This is how I wanted it to look. And I was very worried that it wasn't gonna, that it was gonna be a lot of manual stuff, but I think it's palatable. It's a lot of work, but it's still palatable. Like when I was looking at Mortal Kombat's approach, the way that, and we're talking like MK1, they just literally tinted the character blue, and that was it. For like when Sub-Zero freezes their enemies, that's it. And I'm doing like a little bit more than that. I don't want to be that cheap about it. I wanted to go a little bit more deeper with it. Greetings, Riyin prophets. What up? We got some Lilo and Stitch. Wow, wow, wow. Do, 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 do. Fill it in, fill it in, fill it in. So eventually I'm going to go very transparent on these frames, but it's going to be easier to blend and blur and do things in a solid sense first, and then we'll come back. Basically, we have a nice, beautiful stained glass look of ice. The ice look. So let's review. So eventually, this is the look that I want it to have. So we're gonna have the lighter ones, the darker ones with little edges. A lot of edges. So then let's pull up the palette here. Let's do like a, I'm gonna select all the blue textures, so that way I can just not worry about hitting the turquoise stroke. And I'm gonna start with creating my own shadow here. Just make some kind of like shadow shapes. And have some darker ones, some lighter ones. I'm trying to just let the shapes dictate themselves a little bit. Let's see. Ba, ba. Now lighter, lighter. Even lighter than that. It's becoming very pretty very quickly. So we're just gonna add some general, like I'm trying to add like kind of general like ambiguous shapes to this. And then when it's actually put into the context of the actual character, hopefully it'll make a little more sense. So let's go back. So like, this is when it's overlaid onto the character, what it's going to look like, except have actual shading around things. So it's probably going to seem a little bit arbitrary at this junction, but it'll make sense in the long run. Things are happening, people. Good things are happening, I promise. You're looking at the nuts and bolts of it all. The vision will come to fruition eventually. This looks like a rose or something. All right, next color. So I actually got some purple here. I'm actually going to put this on another layer. So now I'm going to, I have like all the layers, all the sections. We're just going to select individual layers. You know what? I guess, here, I'll duplicate this. That's the way I'll do it. So then here we can just start to decorate each one. So we have to go through and do this to like every frame. Decorative look. Make it fancy. Do a little blend of blues and purples. And then we can give it kind of a little shapeliness. One down, a million to go. Each little section telling its own little story of light and shape. And eventually we are going to be, again, dropping the, creating transparency on all these layers. So it'll be a nice mix of, like, it'll blend nicely over the images. Ooh, I guess we gotta go brighter here. You know what this makes me think of? We are creating ice. God, what is that? Damn. I don't think I'm gonna find it. But now I'm on a mission. I gotta find it. Damn it. It's not on this playlist. Are you not somewhere? We need sounds of snow. Ooh, it's gotta be on this. We need to create a frozen vibe here. I'm talking like snowy, icy sounds. And I'm just pulling together a quick playlist here. Let me see what else. The original song that inspired this, I can't locate. I'm trying to find it. Just realized somehow you hadn't wishlisted this yet. What a dingus. Thank you for wishlisting, man. I appreciate that. That's a bannable reason. No, it's not. People can do whatever they want. They can live their life any which way. Fly dragon as I locate this. Damn, I guess that song is lost for all time. What playlist did I have that on? All right, I've got a brief playlist of ice music. Terribly brief. It's a nice way to put it. Guess you have to be banned now. I usually keep the dinguses limited to dingus-oriented programming, DOP. But I failed in this case. All right, here we go. We're drawing ice. So we must listen to ice-inspired things. Let the ice continue. introspective time. The ice calls to us. I actually put a Billy Joel song on this playlist that I like forget what it was. So that might not be the right vibe, but we'll see. We're thinking cold thoughts. And from you, what's going on? Welcome in. Good day to you, or whatever time it is. For me, it is very early. Early in the morning. Very late in the night. Depending on how you look at it. But I'm starting to day cycle, guys. That's why I started streams so late. So I'm going to be slowly streaming later into the day. Going through another awkward sleep schedule shift. I'm a slight enigma. All I serve is game. It fit the vibe. It's the last of my Ice songs. Guess we'll have to look up the OST for Icewind Dale. I never played Icewind Dale. It's supposed to be the follow-up to BG2. I think I tried, but from what I heard is that people didn't really love the narrative. If I recall correctly. There actually is an Icewind Dale song. Maybe we'll listen to it. Curious. If it's good, it wouldn't be the first time that I'd be convinced to play something strictly because the music was good. You can totally win me over if the vibes are right. If the vibe comes correct. What am I drawing? Mind, I am working on something like this. So you see this is a bit of an icy look. We're creating ice for the flash freeze card. Perhaps I should put this more prominent so that it makes a little more sense as to what it is that I am doing. Let's put this up at the top like this. We are creating ice, people. So it's going to look weird because there's no transparency yet. It's not like blended or anything. It's going to be kind of a strange at first, but I have to create this mega ice texture. And this is essentially the fastest way that I could approach it. You feel the same way about music? Was actually the reason I wanted to play Fable back in the day. You heard the music first. Oh, interesting. I think I have Fable music as well. Yeah, this too. Oh, it's a whole playlist. Well, we're about to play As, but when we come back, I'll play the Fable and, well, here we go. Well, there's a theme from it. Oh, main theme. Boom. Next. Main theme from Icewind Dale. Let's see what it was. And then after that, we will listen to Fable. Travis being romanced by Fable music. Fable OST. What? It looks like the entirety of the playlist is unavailable. Wait, here we go. This looks available. This is Icewind Dale music. Does not sound very icy to me. It's not great. Hopefully Fable music coming up next will romance us into another deep flow state. And if it doesn't, we all blame Travis. We all blame Travis. Hopefully it's the right Fable too, because I'm sure there's a number of Fable stuff. Ooh. Just the right Fable. So far I like it though. It is in fact on our playlist already, our main playlist. There's a musician called Mano that does remixes, pretty nice music. A lot of it's available for free on Amiga Remix. You had me at Amiga. But the real question is it on Spotify? Because that's where I can save all the stuff. It's easier this way. That's what we must know. What is the reality? Perhaps on Spotify as well. Not sure. Well, for now, we're going to be listening to Fable. We're like pouring through the OST. We're going classic, okay? Remember, guys, I'm old as shit. I was born in the 80s. And the way that I listen to music growing up, and that's what I bring to you today, is listening to albums. Listening to the full shebang. Like a real music lover. I'm just an old man. That's why I'm so addicted to pixel art. It is my roots. It is interesting. It does seem that after the 2000s, in a way, it seems like there was no new era, right? There was like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and then 2000 on, with the internet and stuff, it seemed like what happened was everyone was like so busy digging into the past because they finally had access to everything. And we're still doing it. That like, it doesn't seem like there's new shit. There isn't like the 2000 sound, you know? And if there was, it died out. I mean, I guess like there's like kind of that new metal sound a little bit, but that you can like mostly attribute that to 90s. It feels like 90s like swallowed up a lot of like the 2000s stuff in a way, because it was just trying to be like 90s, I guess. But I don't know, it's strange, but it does seem like society will not let go of those eras. And I'm happy to say that I'm from those eras, and it was like for sure good time. But in a way, it's fun to like bathe in all that is these days, to jump around and explore like all the past. And I think in the future there will be like new eras, you know? We just have to get done appreciating. You call it the tasteless corporate era? I did see a talk the other day that was this dude making the point that in most futuristic sci-fi that is based in capitalism is dystopian, you know? Like, we're talking like Alien. You think in Alien, what happens? Mega corporation is funding these teams to go out and mine precious resources, and then once they're out there and they discover the new species, they want them to like sacrifice the crew to bring back this potential money-making alien. You know, they don't care about the humanity. It's like, okay, capitalism. And then like, what else? Well, the opposite example is Star Trek, right? So in Star Trek, it's basically like communism, because what happens in Star Trek is it's like, I guess it's slightly different than communism in the sense that it's like, well, everyone has replicators. And so literally there is no more, there's no more poverty, because literally everyone and their mom can like shit in solid gold toilets if they wanted, because all they have to do is get one replicator and they can make enough food to feed the entire earth, you know? And it's like, so basically they eliminate the need to like actually work for stuff. All you need to do is afford one replicator and you're good to go. And so it's like, but then why would you even buy one? You would just replicate a replicator from a replicator. And it's like, okay, so yeah, there is no more need for capitalism. Everyone has as much as they need. And that's like the only example in the sci-fi future that is like really positive. It's because everyone is equally rich. Join the stream. First word I hear is capitalism. What's up, Feels? What's going on? Star Trek is basically if communism gets to work like it's intended. Well, I don't even think it's really communism exactly, because it's not like it's the government controlling your income, because communism is all like about like coming from a government perspective, right? But like if everyone, literally everyone had a replicator, had infinite resources, then we wouldn't fight each other. No one would be angry. Everyone would have everything they need. And in Star Trek, what did they do? What's the point of working? It's for integrity. It's for exploration. And that's it. And that's really what it should be about. That's like the ideal, you know, like we're all doing the things that we're most passionate about. And if everyone's working from a place of passion, Aramer, thank you for the follow, then imagine the beautiful things that will come about. You know, the fact that we have to work for money means, in a way, we have to compromise everything that we do. So I don't know. It was an interesting short, because it was like arguing that like capitalism is like will be the death of us all, you know, or just will never work in the long run. And the thing is, it's worked up to this point. Until we have that capability, I think it will work. Because I don't want the person like feeding me and giving me income to be changing every 4 years, you know? Like, okay, we're all vegan now. You can only have rations for raw carrots, and no one gets a cookie anymore. Cookies are dead. It's like, no. Who knows like what sort of weird shit would happen. Like, I think they already do that too. Like, don't they, if you get food stamps, you can't get like unhealthy stuff? Is that true? Does anyone know? It's like, bro, if you're poor and struggling, you're going to want to at least get yourself some bacon and maybe some chips and just get off my back, you know? I just don't think it could work with today's agendas, you know, and today's people. It just wouldn't work. The only thing that would resolve it is if like literally everyone was equally rich. Everyone was billionaires, basically, you know? It's like Toki from Metalocalypse. You want a solid gold telephone. Like if literally everyone could just have like whatever they wanted, everything encrusted in diamonds, it would just be like meaningless to have diamonds at that point. No one would care. Everyone can have it. So then why would you do it? It's because it's like a style choice. You know, it's because it's interesting. And you're not going to like, you know, they say like, if you're going to get married that you should buy like a wedding ring that's like 3 months worth salary or something like that. That sort of shit, that sort of philosophy is just going to be out the window. It's interesting concepts. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the future. But for now, from the way I see it, I think capitalism is the only system where, you know, if you are lucky enough, it can be a really good system. But you have to be ethical, you know. You find a bit naive though in Star Trek. I would love it like that, but people are people. If it's not about money, it will be about ideology some other way. Yeah, probably. And that's still like a conundrum in Star Trek. I mean, they talk about the Prime Directive all the time. They're like, well, we have infinite resources. We should just play God and like fix societies. And then they do that for a time. And then they see how that wreaks havoc on the evolution of societies on other worlds. So then they come up with the Prime Directive and they just decide to like not, you know, just implement their ideology universally. I think eventually people could come around. I hope to see one day we free ourselves from jobs like we feed ourselves from horse buggy. I think it's a possibility. People are claiming that like in the next like 20 years, all jobs are going to be like, they're going to cease to exist because of AI and robots. And if that happens, then it'll have to go into like a universal income sort of scenario. Probably. Because otherwise society will just fall. Because there will be no commerce anymore. There'll be no one making money, so they can't buy anything. So then they have to give us the money. And then like, it'll just be interesting to see what happens. It's going to be an awkward time. Nerexa, thank you for the follow. Kung Fu Pernus, thank you for the follow. Do you have any chance a vid explaining your whole drawing setup? Feels no, I do not. But I am drawing with a Wacom 16-inch. And it's very nice. Good texture. And I like it. Can recommend. You're basically anti-everything, huh? Are you anti-oxygen? Ooh, are you anti-water? Are you anti, like, blanket on your bed when you sleep at night? Oh my gosh. Anti-everything. You're pro open source, pro Amiga computer, and that's about it. Well, that's a start. You know, that's a start. I like it. If we aren't working jobs, what purpose do we serve from the government's perspective, though? That's what is truly worrying. Aren't we just a drain on them at that point? Yeah. It's a very interesting point, Nerexa, yeah. But look at it, you know, I mean, we're talking about it from like an imaginary sense. We're talking about Star Trek, right? Where, what did they do to adapt? Like Gene Roddenberry's vision of the future was if we all had infinite resources, when they're asked like, so if you don't have to work, and they also do this in like Orville as well, but they're like saying if you don't have to work, why do you work? Why is there people working? And they realize that they're without purpose. You know, it's like their life isn't, you know, going to be interesting anymore. And government will still require the continuation of the advancement of technology and science, medicine. People will need to be cared for. People will still want to eat burgers and like want human expression in what they're creating. So I don't think government would, like, what makes a country interesting is their culture. And what is their culture born from? It's born from their people expressing themselves, and the way that they socialize together, the fashion, the art, the food, the way they cook it, the way they prepare it, how they grow things and stuff like that. Just because you have automation doesn't mean that creativity, like, I think we're coming into the age where it's all about, it's the creativity, the design that's going to be very human, you know? Because if you just ask a machine to create like a perfect like nutrient like mash for us all to eat, we're gonna just be eating like perfect nutrition that tastes like nothing, and we just eat it, and it's like, but then like a human will come along and be like, we should add butter to that and like put some chocolate in there and like make things interesting, so we can have like a balance between something a little bit not good for us and a little bit good for us. And it's just like, human input is still going to be a good thing. Like, I don't want to live in a world that's like where we don't value just the common man, because like obviously like what I generally love is what random people come up with, random artists and musicians and directors and cooks and architects. All these people like just decided one day that they're just going to get up and like, you know, like Stephen King's like, I'm going to write today, you know, like I'm going to be a writer. Who knows like what crazy cool things come about. You do not want to like suppress that, because your life will be boring as shit. We just be ruled by someone's AI system. Yeah. Will the government even have jobs? It's a good question. Imagine how generic the content will become if everything is thought up by AI. Yeah, it'll just be like, what's the most clicked thing? And eventually it'll be like, what's the most clicked thing out of like this small garbage heap of nothingness? And eventually people, I think eventually we'll just like lose interest, or just remain highly addicted to like, I don't know. Whenever I see AI generated stuff like on TikTok or whatever, I swipe past it because it's uncanny valley. And if it's AI generated, I'm like, it gives me the creeps, because it's like, let's give the corporations a new way to just tell us what we want and not let us discover it for ourselves. And I think that's disgusting, because what 100% of the time it's like corporations in America, what do they do with our food? It used to be like just a few ingredients, cane sugar and, you know, like real stuff. And now it's all like corn syrup and this chemical and that chemical and, you know, BHT and all this shit to preserve it for 1,000 years. And it's like, we don't even have, it looks like real food, but it's really not. It's just like some thing that like won't actually benefit you at all. It'll just make you buy it and eat it and be like, oh, okay, that's okay. But in actuality, it's garbage. So it's like, if you leave it to the corporations running through like AI systems, they're just going to shrinkflate the shit out of you until all of us are eating nothing but literally corn syrup in molded into different shapes, and watching the same. We're all playing one video game, and that's it. You know, it's like Ready Player One. I don't know if you guys have seen Ready Player One, where everyone, like, society basically sucks and everyone's playing the Oasis, and the Oasis is like the ultimate virtual reality game where everyone plays whatever they want. That's a game with all games, you know? And people just live in trailer parks and their reality is shit, and all they do is just like live online. Like, that's what corporations would love. Star Trek spends very little time in its actual society, though. It's mostly focused on the Enterprise, who have real purposes and jobs. Well, no, you got to think like Deep Space Nine, or like when they visit actual like homeworld. You know, they go to Starfleet Academy, or you generally just get to know the people through the series. We do live in a really interesting time, to say the least. I can't even imagine what the world will look like in 20 years. Yeah, true. Tasty burger. Yep. Burgers are tasty. Soylent chocolate. Oh God, have you guys ever seen the movie Soylent Green? Basically, society is, I don't, God, is it a 70s movie? Society is poor as shit. And the main character is like this investigative, I think he's just like a private detective or something. And he lives with his dad who's near death. And all they ever do is like, they're all rationed out Soylent Green. It's this like little green block of nothingness. And it's like their nutrients, that's the food that they get. And so it's like a communist society where they're all given Soylent Green. And this investigative dude like goes into, he like breaks into this hotel where like rich people live, and they're eating like real meat and like real like strawberries or whatever. They're eating like real food, but it's like you have to be hyper rich to like actually afford real food in this fantasy. And he eventually he's trying to figure out what is Soylent Green made of. And he goes and he finally sneaks into the factory through like going through all these channels. He's like, so where's the factory? What, whatever. And he goes there and he realizes Soylent Green is made out of humans. So they're literally feeding humans to humans in the form of Soylent Green. So that's what Soylent Green's all about, baby. Them just like mulching up other dead humans so that we can just eat ourselves. See, that's capitalism to an extreme. Or that's, well, I mean, in the society in that movie, it's like communism, but honestly, I think it's both. Like if it goes like a communist society and they like undervalue their people, then they're just going to give them like garbage, just something that's going to keep them alive, but it's horrible. It's made from humans. And I could see like capitalism going the same route of like, I wonder if we could like sell them like literal trash. It's like the way that they put like ash and stuff into pet food. They're literally like seeing, can we put like wood chips into, there's even like literally sawdust in some of the food that humans eat. They literally just put like filler. That's what they call it, filler. They literally get you to eat garbage sometimes. Chef Riyin put new flavors in our Soylent today. Guys, chow down. It would be me. Like I would just be like, I'd be missing an arm and I'd be like, I hope you guys enjoy my new ingredient today. It's Soylent Riyin today. Special flavor. Medusa, what's going on? The Terror. I'm predicting people will just prompt for the game they want to play in 10 years. Yeah, I agree. I think it's all going to be tentacle porn, live service, full action games. Yeah. Like you won't even, like no one's going to play the same game, Everyone's going to be playing their version of their game that they want to play. It's a cookbook for men. Twilight Zone scene that lives rent-free in my head. A cookbook for men. Well, if we think about the cooking that I do as a man, I would say I'm a damn fine cook. I don't cook really fancy things though. Like I think the going, we're going to pivot here. And I think the going stereotype of a lot of men is that they eat a lot of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. That's like a going thing. And to be honest, I do. I do eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. But I also eat, lately I've been eating, since the eggs have been disgustingly priced, I've stopped eating eggs and I've started eating avocado toast. I eat a lot of avocado toast and banana toast. And on that, there's also, PB&Js. I'm very frugal because I'm currently, there's no income with this game. So I'm trying to be very chill about what I eat. But I also cook meats, I'll do like a chicken or like turkey burger with like taco seasoning, or I don't really eat a ton of red meat, but occasionally I do. Certainly have a burger every now and then. I mostly just eat like chicken and sometimes pork. But I have like a very simple diet, but it's very healthy actually. I like to eat organic, fresh vegetables and stuff like that. just balanced, you know, healthy fats, all the good stuff. You got to get all the nutrients. Got to get all the good stuff. Karate, what's going on? Welcome, man. Welcome, man. Soylent Green is people? It is, bro. Soylent Green is people. Watch the movie. It's a great movie. Very classic movie. It's a bit of weird slogan from humans for from humans for humans. We are literally in this dystopian. Yes, maybe, perhaps. Cooking is fun. I agree. I like cooking. I think it's meditative and it's awesome. Used to eat peanut butter and jam all day as a kid, but then I grew up. Push toy, I never grew up. I eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches dipped in almond milk all the time. I can't help it. I like it. I do make it with Ezekiel bread, which is kind of a healthier bread. It's like sprouted grain, so it's a little bit healthier, and it's a low sugar index. I'm always about getting the right fuel in my body because I'm hypoglycemic, so I gotta watch like my sugar intake and stuff generally. But I still eat junk food every now and then, you know. Get some Oreos or get a pizza or some crap. But generally speaking, I try to eat well. And I cook every single meal that I make. Like, I mean. I literally am always cooking. Like today, before I went on stream, I just made some tuna salad on toast. Everything's on toast right now, because like I normally would make like an egg scramble, but eggs are just... I'm refusing to buy eggs until they come down in price. I'm protesting eggs, because if we all buy eggs right now, we're just going to reinforce that, hey, we can all afford more expensive eggs. Please keep ripping us off. So I'm trying to do my part and just not buy eggs until they come down in price. Because like, it's not even egg farmers who are making all the money. It's literally the supermarkets. Ma, ma, ma. Anyways, I digress. We're talking about all kinds of stuff today. But I believe in eating organic and eating healthy. And cooking, you know, low sodium. So for me, I don't eat like TV dinners and like a typical, stereotypical like guy diet. I don't touch, even though this hat makes me look like I drink nothing but Monster drinks, I don't ever touch energy drinks, ever. I even stopped drinking coffee, honestly. I'm off caffeine altogether. Because once I stepped away from it, I realized it just made me feel like shit when I tried to eat it again. Wasn't into it. Just wasn't into it anymore. So I'm completely sober. It's insane, because like I went from being like a massive stoner for like a decade, and then it's been like 3 years now. I'm going on 3 years sober from that, and I don't really drink. I don't even have caffeine. I'm just completely sober now, and no stimulants, nothing weird at all. I'm just like completely boring now. And it's how I used to be before I became a stoner. And it's like weird to be back to who I was when I was like 23. And it feels good though. You know, they say you outgrew like your drug phase. It took me a long time to outgrow it, because I really enjoyed it, but I'm glad I'm off of it. I'm a pretty straight edge guy. My drug is art. Streaming is a pretty good high too, man. It's good. It's fun connecting with people and making it a complete fool of myself on the internet. It's a good time. There's a cookbook they have that humans thought if it was a cookbook for human food, but it's for men. I don't even want to know. I'm not like a typical like man, you know, like I feel like I'm a healthy balance of both masculine and feminine energies. And I think everyone is a mix of everything, and that anyone who's like acting like an emotionless tough guy is just really good at masking, and I'm just not. I never invested in that part of myself, so I will never be perceived as the strongest person in the room. It's my blasted nervous system. Only I was more numb. If I was numbing myself again, then perhaps that would be the case. Migraines went down to almost 0 after that. But you have real careful about sugar, and you can never eat candy anymore. Oh, that's interesting. Right. Eating healthy, yeah, reducing migraines. It makes a lot of sense. You just like cooking. You don't have the feeling for it. Even when following recipes, they go wrong. Cooking is a skill like anything else. You just got to do it repeatedly. If you cook something and you fail, you should cook it 5 more times and you'll get it. Luckily, here eggs cost nothing. Yeah, I mean, if I could afford eggs, then I would get them, but they're like $8 to $10 for like a dozen right now, and they used to be like $6. And if we just keep investing into it, like they've just lost me. I just eat other stuff. I eat like a lot of toast, things on toast, and it's just because I'm biding my time. Best way to vote is with your wallet. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm doing. And I when I was eating eggs, you know, I eat a lot. I'll eat like 3 eggs at least a day, and go through like, you know, 2 dozen eggs every couple of weeks, sometimes more. And hopefully I'm not the only one who's just like moving on, you know. When you say massive stoner now, I'm interested. I'd say some people are masking, some people do not care. Oh yeah, I was a mega stoner. I'm not like super proud of this. It's just the facts. Like, out of all my stoner friends, I smoked a lot. Like, I really did. It became escapism, and it became unhealthy, and you know, I just had to admit to myself that I was an addicted person. I was self-medicating, had to get off of it. Because I wanted to reclaim my finer ability to emotionally regulate, because I had lost that. It's almost like I became autistic in a way. Like, I was very sensitive to things, and I was just like, you know what? I need to get off of this so that like I just can really I can look down the barrel of anxiety and be like, let's fucking do this, you know, like, and deal with it, process things in real time. I lost that ability. It made me dependent and weaker. And now if I'm sad, I just feel sad. And honestly, I have like the same amount of joy and excitement as I did before. I can do the same things with just as much enjoyment, because you just start to fool yourself. You just think like, oh, everything's going to be better if I just have like a flood of dopamine. And you just are always guzzling and draining your brain of dopamine. You know how they say people with ADHD, the reason they struggle with things is because they're so distracted that they're always going for like dopamine hits on everything, and so they get depleted, and then they don't have any motivation to do anything. It's hard for them to focus and get like the slow reward burn on things, you know, like the serotonin or whatever. So it's the same thing with weed. And you got to learn to sip the dopamine, not chug it. And if you sip it, it's always there. So anytime you're feeling bad, anytime like you're having like a down day, or you're having like lack of motivation, chances are you can listen to a nice song, you know, take a bath, watch a good movie, go for a walk, and endorphins and dopamine will just hit you and heal you. And it's there when you need it. And there's never a time when you're caught with your pants down and there's like none in your brain at all, because you just chug the shit out of it all the time. Does that make sense? Some people can handle their shit and think like, that guy's a pussy, he can't handle his shit. Like, yeah. But when you smoke like a good like 20 bowls a day like I did, and the THC was just like, you know, 30 to 50% or whatever, it's getting so intensely potent that eventually you're like, wow, I'm no longer here. I don't exist anymore. I'm just a drug, like a floating brain sac for this drug. Like you disappear, you just become completely regulated by the thing. And I just thought that was bullshit. I don't like it anymore. Just want to become me again. Anyways, I digress. If you're out there handling your shit, you know, and you smoke and stuff, I don't care. I have no judgment against you. Everyone's different. Some people can handle their stuff. Some people could handle it for a long time and then eventually lost it. That's more the story with me, I think. It's not like my life fell apart. That was the insidious part. It was just more like I was losing parts of myself I wanted back. It's only bravery if you're afraid. I have a recipe for meat sauce made of elk meat I have refined for 2 decades. I actually tried elk meat like a few weeks ago. It was like buffalo. It was very lean tasting. I liked it. I probably won't regularly buy it though. I'm not generally, like I don't generally cook a lot of red meat on my own. Like I'll order stuff with red meat, you know, like get like a beef taco or like a burger, eat a steak at a place maybe, but like I don't really cook steaks or cook burger for myself a lot. And I think elk and buffalo kind of falls in that category. I don't know why. I just don't like always do it. Sometimes I will get some like ground beef or something and like make like a beef and broccoli dish or something like that. But 10 eggs equals €2. Pretty much $2. That's insanely affordable, man. You know, a few people who just sit around and smoke weed all day, every day. Were you a bit like that? I became very high functioning, yeah. And I did smoke quite often. But honestly, I wouldn't smoke until I felt that I could relax. Because nothing was worse than thinking you had the day off and then you like smoke a fat bowl and then like your boss calls up and be like, oh, hey, I need like this coated. And you're just like, oh, it's like such a waste of a high because you're like, fuck, like I don't want to work right now. I just want to like play some stupid game and just kick back. But when you know, don't waste your life doing that. Anytime someone comes up and says, hey, like life is happening, you need to be responsible in this moment. You're just like, yeah, no problem. And you just do it. And you can switch gears into high focus mode, flow state, anytime you need. And you just learn to enjoy yourself without, you get the same dopamine hits. You just don't chug the dopamine via a drug. You just actually, you know, sip it. It's like I don't need to hack my brain to access what it's already giving me. Like I'm good, thanks. It's not going to cost me, you know, $200 to $300 a month just to like access what's already in my brain. It's like, it's a scam. I had all sorts of ways to spin it so that I could get myself to quit. It took me several years to quit, but eventually I had a list about like 100 reasons, you know, and it took about that many reasons for me to realize, man, I must really want to quit. Why do I keep like doing all this research to like convince myself this is bad for me? You never really enjoyed smoking weed. All it did was made me tired as fuck and not getting anywhere. Yeah, it robs you of your motivation. It's a big thing. It's like, why would you do anything if you already feel like you're on top of the world and you've been like you just like won a Grammy and made $1 million, won the lottery, and you're the hottest girl just accepted a date with you. It's like, that's what the drug does to you. It makes you think, like it gives you the emotion, like it triggers the chemicals that make you think like everything's going great while literally nothing in your life is happening. You know, you're growing more distant from like your social group. You're just staying home all the time and your life is just slowly dwindling away into nothing because everyone else around you is growing up and they're smoking less and just like living their life and realizing that it's about not just one thing, you know? You don't want to be that rat that's pushing the orgasm button and starving yourself to death. You want to like, you know, take a nice orgasm here and there and then also go out and exercise and live your life and socialize and do all kinds of stuff to like bring balance to your life. You know what I mean? People hunt a lot in Sweden. You would say that a bit Canadian maybe, so easy access to various meats. Fair enough, fair enough. You have so many friends who do it and they have pressured me, but I have no interest. There's an orgasm button. Where? If you haven't found yours, then I can't help you. Meow, meow, meow. I'm sorry. This is not the type of educational content that I am good at providing. Here at Riyin Art, we talk about game dev, not putting fingers up your asshole. We just... We're here to motivate ourselves to get our projects moved forward, stay motivated, and to keep learning, keep growing. And that sort of growth, you're going to have to figure out on your own, you sick fucks. You sick sons of bitches. No shame. I won't kink shame you. Just don't have anything to say about it. You felt pretty educated in the first 10 seconds. Holy shit. Oh, that's a great clip. That would be nice. Oh, great. As soon as you clip that, I'm going to delete it later. Feel cute, might delete later. And by might, I mean 100%. Y'all try to like clip me when I'm saying the stupidest things, because all I do is say stupid things. That's why people come to watch me, because they're just like, I wonder what stupid rambling nonsense he's going to say today. I'm pretty reliable. I'm going to say some weird shit. But you know, we're all humans. We're all doing the same dance every day. You get it. You're a peacock booty? Well, do I not have the emote for you? Booty! Damn, Ruggs has got a peacock? I actually just had a booty emote. Well, I guess we got you covered. Welcome in, booty. I also have this booty. There you go. Booty. Booty time. We got a lot of ice texture to get done here, so we're going to keep moving forward. Oh, it's starting to get warm in my room. Starting to turn into warm season. When it's like turns into summertime in my room, when my computer and all my equipment's running, my room easily gets to like 80 to 85 degrees. And luckily we're not that hot yet. And we won't. I don't think we're in that season yet. But when push comes to shove, it's going to get hot as hell again. I have to hydrate like a mojo. So speaking of game dev, guys, Flexer, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But speaking of game dev, yeah, so I am getting close to meeting my goals to release a demo, though I'm not quite there yet, but I'm getting I'm getting close. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next like month, because I'm going to change the orc. We're going to get the last two powers in, which is the flash freeze and the life drain cards. And then after that, I need to get the new orc in. And then once I get the new orc in, I can probably start doing like the trailer and stuff. But we have to get sound effects in before I could ever even conceive of doing a trailer or a demo or whatever. So we got a lot coming up, but it's going quickly, more or less. I feel like there's just always been more added to the game, and I'm still at this point. I am still adding like infrastructure. So once I'm like past the point of adding infrastructure to everything, I think things will start to go quicker, because then I'll just be iterating on the already pre-existing systems. But I started writing dialogue. We're going to be implementing the dialogue system also in the coming month. And I'm going to start telling the story, telling the lore. And I realized that the lore is going to be told through conversations with the characters. But when I watched, like I've been watching like Macaw play through the Phantom. I don't know if you guys know, like there's an Australian developer that's been working on a new Phantom beat 'em up. And that finally came out and he played it. And one of the things that he admired about it, I mean, it had many flaws, but like one of the things he admired about it was the cutscenes were just like these brief scenes of it'd be like one screen and it would show all the characters and the dialogue would just be like really quick. And then he on the opposite end, he played this other game. I forget what it was called, but it was this, it had a nice pixel art and it was a beat 'em up style game. It was kind of beat 'em up, and you're going through this world fighting, you know, like melee combat, and they just told this really like pretentious, deep philosophical story, and he was getting so tired of just the constant dialogue, and the dialogue was super bad, like it was a bad translation or something. And so now I'm like in between those two things. Like I want to put dialogue. I want it to be like Final Fantasy Tactics style. You've got a portrait, you've got text coming, and I want to tell the lore and the world through those dialogue. But at the same time, I don't want it to be paragraphs. I don't want it to be like 5 minutes of dialogue. I want it to be like, at most, I want to try to get it down to maybe like 5 dialogues back and forth. And that's it. Like try to really limit it so that you can get like a punch of like the personality of the characters and paint the world, so you get a little bit of a deeper impression immersion into the world without too much reading. Because I know there's people out there that are just like, I don't want to read. But there are people that love it too, though. So it's like, what do you do? Make it so people can skip it. And then for the people that don't want to skip it, don't make it super long. But I want to practice telling a story in Final Fantasy Tactics RPG style. Because I have to write dialogue, and the programming of it's going to be relatively simple, but it's about the pacing and the little bit of like character development that is what I want to practice, is the character development, the world building through the dialogue. Because I think that's just going to be the way that I do things. But it'd be interesting to get your guys' input about that too. Like, how do you guys feel about dialogue and a lot of text in a game, or even just a little text? We got to go fetching the kids from daycare. Mind, enjoy. I hope the kiddos are doing good. You would make it skip quickly? Yeah, what's up? You're not very down for dialogue? You like reading? Booty's down for reading? Glad to hear that mostly airship still. Paula can't correct. Monolith's almost done. Nice, you're making progress, little boy. Very good. You like in a visual novel game, they can just hold control super quick. Yeah, so it's like I want to make it so that you can skip the dialogues if you wish. But I was thinking that I wanted to put the dialogues, my initial instinct, as I was writing the dialogues last night, and my initial instinct was at the end of the level, once you've beaten the level, before I show you like your score and the score screen, like your completed level screen, like it'll say like victory, and then you'll see dialogue. It'll pop up and characters will be talking briefly about like little things about the lore and immersing in the world. But I need to make it so that it's maxed out, or I was thinking of potentially having like a visual indicator of saying like how many pages of dialogue there is. So if like, say for instance, there's 5 back and forths, then it would say like, you would see like 5 dots in the corner or something, and you would like know where you're at in the dialogue. So whether or not it's ending soon, and whether or not you have the patience to dedicate your time to it. Because it was interesting. Like I saw this guy, the teacher on screenwriting, talk about what people, when they initially receive your script, what's the first thing that they do? And he's like, well, the first thing they do is they look through your script and how many pages is it? Is it 92 pages? Good. At 94? Great. 97? That's not bad. 110? Okay. And then they go 120? It's probably too long. So then they go into it thinking, like I have to really dedicate time to like read this huge script. And so they have that feeling going in. And so he's like, make sure that you put in the right amount of pages that are, so, because you just have to understand that if people are going to sit down to read your thing, if they see it's super long, and he's like, they also check like, is it like double spaced or really dense? If it's super dense and a ton of pages, then they're going to think, oh fuck, it's going to take like a lot of time to like invest into reading this thing. And so then they're going to go in with like this kind of like feeling. And you want to be concise with what you write, so that you can avoid that. And I'm thinking having some sort of form of that in the dialogue that I'm presenting. Because I know gamers, they just want to jump in and get into the action. But I think with card games, there's a little leeway. I think there's a little bit of reading that's like acceptable. And I just want to see if I can find like some sort of balance and make it a worthwhile part of the game. Sounds great. Show the number of dialogue. Yeah, like that's what I was thinking. Show the number of dialogue, give them the option to skip. And then, but also on top of that, always limit it to like, say like, I don't know, 5 exchanges or 6 exchanges at most. So it never exceeds that. And sometimes it's even a little shorter. So that way it's just like a little like character moment, you know, because like when a lot of times when I'm playing a game, I don't necessarily want to be immersed in the world. I just want to like enjoy the action. And other times I do want to sit and enjoy the narrative. And so it just kind of depends on the day, and making it so that you can, no matter what mood you're in, you can kind of work with it. It's multiplayer steampunkish. You don't know if before victory screen would be good. What about dialogue after the victory screen? Well, the alternative that I came up with was making it so that you would have some sort of map or something that you could actually go specifically to like the dialogue point and like look at like the dialogues if you even chose to look at them at all. But I think integrating it into the gameplay is probably better, and just make it so that you skip it if you want to skip it, and then not pollute the in-between level map with extra stuff. But you're saying like I should show the victory screen, show the score, and then after you click off the score, then show the dialogue. Well, because there was also like having maybe the dialogue show up before the level, but or maybe kind of doing a little bit of both. Sometimes before the level, sometimes at the end of the level. But I could see that, you know, it's like, what's up? Like, what are you arguing for? To eliminate the dialogue to begin with? Or are you actually thinking that like putting the dialogue after the victory screen is better for the pacing? And we're, in that sense, we're thinking about, because we you know, you try to build games for like multiple personality types. There's the people that just want to know their score and move on. And then there's the people that want to get immersed in role play. And then some, you know, a lot of people probably fall like in between those two polarities. And you could just be coming from a place of like, let's do what we can to just like turn it down, mute it, get rid of it, because I don't want it there at all. So in that case, it'd be like, well, it wouldn't matter what I would do. Other way, you'd skip it. Before and after the level is fine. Kinda PZV. You don't think anyone minds? You think people like to see their gameplay ranking score quickly and not be jerked around? I think I agree with that, because like once you're like done with like with the level, you want there to be kind of like a cooldown point, and where you can just accumulate score. And I think that adds to the impact of the level. And then after you get your score, then showing like a brief dialogue in that moment could be acceptable. I could even potentially put an option in the settings that just says turn off dialogues altogether. So you don't even have to like, you could just like insta skip all of them, and then come on, you can just be any kind of player that you want to be, you know? Or maybe you've like played through it once and you just want to play it again. without the story. Burson, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. People today are so in TikTok speed that most of them probably ignore dialogues. This is purely based on mobile side of gaming, which I did research for some time ago. Could be the same with PC and consoles too, but mainly with mobile. Consuming content has made people impatient. I don't know. It's such a small detail, not sure even matters. We'll see. I have to plan for all levels. If people are like ADHD and need to constantly be like mashing the button to go to the next screen because they just want to like get to the point where they're interacting with things, then the game can be played for like any type of person. Like put it in the options that they can just skip the story altogether. They can literally just say auto skip all dialogues. And or while the dialogues are playing, maybe they want it. Sometimes they want to read the dialogues and other times they don't. But then you think of games like Hades, for instance. There's a lot of dialogue breaks in Hades. And it's a high action game. And you could be like in the middle of, you know, a thing. And I don't know, like, you know, when you go up to like let's talk about like, was it Resident Evil 4? Every time you go up to the shop dude who's like always this like guy like cowering in the corner and you click on him and he's like, welcome. And he like opens his trench coat. There's always like, you know, when you go to like the little inn or the store NPC and they always like say a little bit of something like, how you doing? What can I get you? Like they say something to you and it's like a quick moment but it doesn't take up a lot of your time, but like you're interacting, you feel like you're interacting with someone in that moment. And it's a quick thing, but I think it's more immersive. It's good. Yes, there is like the game app people who are TikTok brain and they just want to skip everything and barely enjoy anything. But there's also people who play who think Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the greatest games ever. And they like to play Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasies and like these RPGs that have tons of dialogue. Suikoden 2 came out recently. People are playing that. That's got tons of dialogue. There's readers out there, man. There's people that still enjoy these formats. And so what I'm saying is I want to make a game that does that has that element, but keep it simple so that it can be inviting to someone that is perhaps not normally into that, but also make it so that it's entertaining enough for people who are into that, our readers, can be into it as well. And if they're super TikTok brain, then it's like, then they can just click the setting, auto skip all dialogues. So literally, no matter what type of player, I have an option for you that can work for you. So it's finding that like that middle ground. But I don't think like that's also one of the mistakes I think a lot of games make these days is there is a certain point when you just have to say there's going to be dialogue in my game, and if you don't like it, then you're probably not going to like my game. Like it's like I can't cater to absolutely everyone's whim. So at some point you have to step on some toes and just be like, this is just how I want to do things, and be like, it is what it is, man. You can't please everyone, and that's okay. I think if you try to please everyone, you'll probably end up making something that no one wants. The people that like to read won't like it. The people who don't will hate it as well. Like, it's like, you gotta be willing to step on some toes sometimes. Otherwise, nothing will get done. Your game will be for no one. You do think devs should not charge the game based on certain group of people? Implementing quality of life features is the best way to handle most of the situations. You personally love dialogue. You did read everything I could on Hades. See, there you go. It's for the people that want to understand the lore of what they're playing. And that's what I think is going to be fun about my game. It's because it's a game about a tree with a face on it. And if you look at it on face value, you're just like, what the fuck is this? This is weird. But I actually I'm going to try to create a deep experience. But do it in such a way that it's through light dialogue. So it's like a touch of stories, touch of lore here and there, and just squeeze it into dialogue. Because, like, I mean, you got to think about how they told history back in the day, like way back in the day. They had people telling stories about how things came to pass. And so everything just happened through talk, through dialogue. And that's how I'm telling my story. There's never going to be like a novel moment where there's just like a paragraphs of stuff. It's just always going to be like Marion walking up and being like, hey, what's going on, Gant? And Gant's gonna be like, what the fuck is this? Why is this happening? And she'll give her like 2 cents on it. And that's gonna be like how the lore unfolds in my game. And when she's like, okay, see ya, you know, like it's just gonna be like, oh, well, someone just came and chatted with me for a second. Nice. And I learned something about the world. If you're confident in your dialogue, screenwriting, story, I think you should care. I don't think you should care about TikTok brains. Yeah, no, to pay homage to the TikTok brain, I'm going to make it so you can auto skip it if you really want to. But I think there are times when I play RPGs where I can... Like, I sensed when I was writing the dialogues, I had the tendency to want to write endless dialogue. And I was like, you know what? I could probably make this point in like less. I could just probably cut that one out, cut this out, make it a little more concise, and tell the same, basically give the same information without like needlessly extending the time, you know? What's up, Pew? Welcome in. We will not speak about the Tangerine Man. There's a certain tower defense that have tangerines in it, which is weird, but the dev doesn't even try to explain that. Probably will fail. You must be talking about cakes. So he has no lore, huh? Maybe, I don't know. I guess I'm like, part of me is very much influenced by like Hades and Final Fantasy Tactics. And I like those breakaway moments where you're getting to know the characters. And it's a way to have just a little more depth and to be more connected with the protagonist. And one of the things what do people play games to do? They do it to like replace human connection. You know, they maybe have a void. They have like a moment that they just want to kick back and be entertained and not put in a lot of effort. And if you have like a little bit of connection ingrained into it, I think that can be part of the entertainment. Could be a good thing. It's like one of the reasons why I love to watch anime, for instance. Like I'm a old ass adult man, middle-aged man, still watching anime because it's like a lot of emotional connectedness. I love the emotion stuff. When I see characters secretly helping each other. Or just acting like a family and fighting for each other. That sort of thing like just touches my heart and makes me feel good. And I don't know, it just gives me like a nice emotion. And so in a way, I want to see if I can't try to start practicing that through dialogue. Can I do it well? I have no idea. I'm trying to read up on writing and I'm trying to figure it out. I don't read enough to really call myself a writer, but I am at least trying to accumulate some good writing advice and see if I can't just jump in and make it happen. At the very least, I want it to be intentional style and be somewhat grammatically correct, or if it's incorrect, it's intentional. And just know that, you know, it reads well, reads decently at least. I don't know. But I think that, like, if you're going to write a game, writing is part of it. You should be like a decent writer. You should understand 3 acts storytelling, because that's kind of what games are about. Like, games have their, like, you know, you have your starting level, and these days you really want minimal exposition. And it's like, I'm going to do exposition. Like, I'm not going to have a tutorial in my game. I'm going to do what like Mega Man did, which is I'm just going to like throw you into the game and just tell you like the basic function. I'm like, you need to put cards on the green dots to build Arcana. And that's all I'm going to tell you. Just so that you like initially know like, okay, well, we need to lay like cards down to like play them. And that's it. And then from there, you're going to learn, oh, I got to have enough mana crystals to actually like play the card. If I don't, then I'm not going to be able to play the card. Or, you know, like you just learn through doing, through losing, basically. And there's not going to be like this long tutorial about, you know, you're just basically diving into the game. And then the literally real time in the game as the story's being told, it's like you as the protagonist, as the dude that like gets locked in a tree, you're like immediately just thrown into the game and you kind of don't know what's going on. And so you're just immediately like, all right, you need to figure your shit out because the orcs are coming and we're about to fucking die. So get to battle, get your shit together, man. One of my favorite, I saw this Flash game is one of my favorite starts to a game. And it was like really creative, and this unknown game, I forget what it was called, but it was so clever in the way that it started. It basically was, God, what it was like a battle game where you were like battling against like aliens or something like that. And it was kind of tower defense-ish. I don't know. I forget exactly the gameplay, but it wasn't exactly real-time action, but it was interesting enough. And the start of the game was like, okay, let me show you the tutorial. How are you doing? And then like in that exact moment of like starting the tutorial, there's like this meteor that came down and like crashed. And he was like, oh my fucking God, there's something attacking. God, and then just like forced you into like playing the game right in that moment. And I thought that was so clever and like really funny and like just a great moment. So they're like, here's some exposition. Wait, no, fuck, there's no time. Just go. Like it was a beautiful moment. I like the games that just kind of throw you into the game and you don't have to like sit through this massive intro. But a little bit of intro can be good too. You know, to help you like set into the world. It's like watching a show and you see like you watch the title sequence for the first time and you don't skip it. You've been imagining a female character writing a giant chat for a while. I wonder why. A giant chat. Oh, cat. Why have you been... All I have is the dragon rider, orc woman who rides on the giant dragon. There's no cat rider, but there will be Riyin. Riyin does talk. I can show you guys the temporary dialogue that I have. And we did it live on stream. This isn't real dialogue, but it's what I was going to put in the trailer. Let me see. Where is it? It's under D for dialogue. Dialogue sample. Mockup caster. Mockup a sprite. All right, so here we go. So start at the beginning. So it's going to be like this. This is what the dialogue system is going to look like. As an actual portrait of Riyin, this is going to be like your ally, and she's just going to be like helping you adjust. been playing too much WoW. What would chat look like if it were a giant chat? I don't know. But yeah, this is like the current look of it. And like I said, like maybe max try to limit it to about 6 dialogues of back and forth. And I'm thinking that like one character will be on the right and then the character they're talking to will come in from the left. And so they'll just keep kind of like coming back and forth and talking to each other. And, but yeah, this is the dialogue system mock-up that we're going to use in the trailer. And we got to build it into the game. She's cute. She is the elven druid who is responsible for everything. And I currently don't have the dialogue portrait for Gant. I was thinking that it would be fun so that you could rename Gant to whoever you want, because I was putting Gant into the dialogue and I thought how much fun it would be like if you change his name to like Poopy Butthole or something stupid, because that's like always like a really fun thing to do in RPGs, is to just like make up stupid, ridiculous names. Like I saw this short of like this girl sitting next to her boyfriend and was like, I think like the quote on it was like telling your boyfriend his game moniker back to him, and she looks at it and his name was Conquistador. and he was just like just giggling. He couldn't contain himself. He was just like so into it, because that is actually a rock solid name, Conquistador. And I was just like, I need to have like custom names put into my game so that they can change Gant to be like whatever stupid name they want to make, because that's just hilarious. Needs to be that potential. But that probably won't be in the demo. That'll come later, because I need to actually put in like a little keyboard or something to like figure that shit out. But I always love that energy. Major Hottie, is she going to zap me with her hand? Well, she is a druid. She might heal you. No one will press skip if there is going to be jiggle physics. No one will read though. Hey, that works for me. There's not going to be any jiggle physics or any animation on the actual dialogue portraits. I have been going back and forth of whether or not I want to reduce her breast size and get rid of the cleavage. I've been going back and forth on that, honestly, because a comment someone made in chat the other day was that when we were looking at her up close, she looked innocent and accessible. And then when I like pulled out and I showed her cleave, then suddenly they were like, oh, like she lost her innocence. And it just made me think like I started observing more like female characters and more like witty shows and stuff like that. And most of the times when I'm like really connected to a character in their dialogue, it's usually like not over sexualized. And so I don't know, like I've been going back and forth of whether or not I want to like reduce that energy or not. And I don't know. I might mock up like a more kind of conservative look, but I'm not sure. I have a tendency to draw very like voluptuous women, and it's basically the only body type that I've like figured out how to draw. Like if you look at if you look at my ArtStation or my Instagram and you see the female, like the pinup art that I've done, it's basically the same body type over and over. I know how to draw like one body type, and I usually like draw like big asses and stuff like that. It's like the thing is like elf anatomy tends to be more like, you know, on the skinnier side, the more dainty side usually. But that's just like, I'm just going with what I'm able to draw, and I haven't really put in a lot of thought into it. But on the other hand, she's a nurturing character, and I think like voluptuous women tend to have an air of like nurturing energy to them. And so I don't know, I guess it could be a good thing. I don't know. Like I said, I'm going back and forth. I'm not sure. You're thinking there's something about riding on anything giant as empowering? There you go. Does the tree have a wifey? She's not a love interest. She's more like she's like your partner. Like if you had like say there's like two police officers that are partners, you know, in the squad car, and you got like your passenger partner or whatever. Like that's like who she is. She's like a partner in their. He's a ranger and she's a druid, and they walk around the forest to protect it. Like that's their job, is to like basically go like march around and make sure that no one's fucking the forest up. And if they are, then to defend the forest. That's their role. And so they're partners. Basically, they're like two soldiers. And so that's not like a love romantic interest, but you as the player can be as interested as you want. You know, it's whatever. I'm not sure if I want to make it so that he has like a family and wife at home or not, or if I want to make him a single, like a solo guy. It'll probably be less, it'll make more sense if he is single, considering the last moment decision he makes, but I guess it wouldn't matter either way. But we'll have to see if I'm going to give him a family or not. But I'm not putting them together. That's the initial plan. She's just a babe, all in her own right. You mean less distraction? Let's see, Ben, with the unfortunate start to your comment there. But I think about this too. Beauty matters, but purposeful beauty matters even more. That's what Ben Hazard had to say. I'm going to let the auto mod stand, Ben Hazard, just because I think you get why. But I like what you had to say, man. I like what you had to say. Beauty matters, but purposeful beauty matters even more. So that's what I was thinking. Like, there's really no need for her to be like extra voluptuous with like a low cut thing. But I don't know. It is nice to look at. So who I don't know. I just don't know if it's going to enhance the character and like really align better with her personality if I make her look a different way. And so it's just more of a matter of creating the dialogue and then putting it into the context and experiencing it, and then I'll decide then. Because I can't imagine it yet. Like, I don't know what the right move is going to be. I already kind of tamed her down a little bit, and who knows? We'll see. We'll see. I don't think there's anything wrong with like a little, like, you know, a little bit of that energy in your game to give it a little extra entertainment value. Like, it's fine with me. It's not like overtly anything. It's just normal. I don't think she needs Big Booba to show nurturing. You can show that by other ways, I think. That's true. It's possible, yeah. If you do just because or to sell, often than not, it might end up being generic and desperate. This is me. This to me is a challenge for me to make an appealing, attractive female character that doesn't look like PH. You mean like Pornhub? If I was to add her mom for fun as an Easter egg, could be for the lulz, but as exposition, I would avoid it for the cheap value, like subvert expectations. Well, see, that's why I'm considering making her look more conservative, is because initially, okay, like here's the thing. Here's like the conundrum that I'm in. I see something happening in society right now with Gen Z that's really strange, but we grew up in like the HBO era now, where like Game of Thrones or literally everything nowadays has like tons of nudity. Everything's hypersexualized, and it's kind of over the top. And I'm seeing people now start to want they're kind of like things that are like more like sexualized. They want that sort of energy, that sort of entertainment to be compartmentalized into that time that they want to like maybe go watch porn or like do that thing. They don't necessarily want it in everything. And sometimes people nowadays, they'll see like love scenes and they'll just be like, ugh, you know, they see characters making out and they're like, ugh. You know, there's more like kind of asexual behavior starting to manifest. People want to see, in a way, they're like becoming strangely more conservative, and it makes me a little concerned that like, but okay, so there's that, right? That's happening. I don't know if I fully understand it. Sometimes I do though. Sometimes I think like some shows and stuff doesn't even necessarily need to go there to be effective. But part of me wants to keep what was fun and entertaining about like the 80s and the 90s, you know, like back when we like watched like Baywatch, or like you'd watch some like, you know, like heavy metal, like something like you know, like, I'm talking like Frank Frazetta. There's just like barbarian, like hot barbarian chicks and really buff like half naked dudes, like everyone just hyper masculine, hyper feminine and sexualized, and it was just like part of the fun, and everyone was like flirting, and it was just this energy. And so it's like, what do you want to do? Become like a convent where everyone's really conservative and you just hide from that energy? Or do you just kind of embrace it and just have fun with it? Like I'm used to when I was younger. And so it's like, I'm trying to figure out what's my energy with all of that. And I think it might depend on the character, you know, because like, she, in my head, she isn't particularly like flirty, you know, like any sort of like sexual appeal that she might have is not like, she's not going to be like, hey, big boy, you know, like she's like not going to be saying anything. She's going to be very, she's going to be more like timid, because she's a squishy caster. She's a druid. So she's going to be more like strong in what she can do. But there's really no like she doesn't, I don't require her to be looking vivacious. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just don't know. Like part of me doesn't want to like censor and be like overly prudish about things. And then part of me wants to also just cater to the character. So it's just one of those things that I'm just going to continue to meditate on and figure out. I just don't know yet. I don't know. The fact that I'm like super on the fence about it just makes me want to just do it and just be like, get over it. Just fucking don't overthink it. Just fucking whatever comes out, just do it. Don't waste time making a new portrait. Just use the portrait you've got and move on. And just, that's how she came out. That's just it. Because what happens when you're born and you're like, just say you are kind of like a more, you know, demure, like shy person, but you have this really like vivacious body, and it's like counter to how you actually feel inside. And you know what then, you know, like only like flat-chested skinny people are the only people that can be like shy. Is that the reality? But yeah, I think most importantly, it's like considering how people will react, how they will feel. And for those that like are like, oh God, is this even necessary? Like that sort of energy. It's like, I don't think I would win them over anyways. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Like, get over it. If you don't like it, then who cares? So obviously I am very indecisive about it. And I think for the demo, that's how she's going to look. And if she changes, it would probably be for like in the future game. But I'm just going to, like I said, wait for the dialogue to be written and put into the game, and then just play the game and see how it feels. And decide later. Maybe also get feedback from people, see how they feel about it. And see what the general consensus is. You know, if everyone's just like, whoa, whoa, hubba, hubba, and that's all they can say, and they have nothing to say about our dialogue, then perhaps I'll like want to change it. But if it's like a balance between like, yeah, she looks cute, and also, you know, she's like, I like her personality too, then it's like, okay. I don't know. Not gonna lie, this never seemed like a boobs game from what I saw so far. You think something in between than too extreme is good for most people? Game of Thrones can represent women in a lot of different ways because they have a large cast and a lot of time for narrative. True. Have you tried Cursor IDE, or have you thoughts on it? No, I have not tried Cursor. I'm actually not sure what it is. Is that just like a coding IDE? Whoops. There we go. It's the Bechdel effects, right? If you have one minority in a work, they will implicitly represent everything about that in the world. Exactly. Booba just fat. It doesn't affect personality inherently. Full index on your code base, better context is the promise. Interesting. Well, I just use GitHub to fully index my code base, I guess. I don't know. I get by with just using VS Code and GitHub, and well, think of it this way too. Like another thing I'm going back on is like my original design for the troll was a hairy, fat, creepy, grinning, yellow-toothed troll looking dude. So he was a heavyweight and he was like bigger body type. And then when I actually went to make him, I decided, oh, I want to make everything like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Everyone's got to be like super buff. And so I made all the dudes like super like ripped. And now part of me is like wanting to go back and change him to be that original like kind of like fat body type. Because I felt like it has more personality. But I just also ultimately decided that I'm going to leave him because I already made him, and I'm just going to make a future like fat guy. But I'm just going to leave him because I need, at this point, I can't be redoing stuff. I just have to leave what I have and just be making new stuff moving forward to save time, because I've spent too much time meandering on redesigns. And there was this point when I just wanted to make everything like barbarian, you know, circa Arnold Schwarzenegger, Conan buff. And it's like when I made the Goblin Bomber, and he's like this kind of stout but skinny and goofy, crazy-eyed looking dude, his personality was so off the charts that it just made me want to go and give more personality to these different characters. I didn't want them to be generic. Giving them some sort of like odd idiosyncrasy is what compels me to like want to make the troll fat again. Because that's like an idiosyncrasy. It's like a unique physique. So I'm going to have like buff characters, and I'm also going to have fat characters. I'm going to go back and forth. You know, I'm going to do both. And we'll see what happens with Marion. Up to this point, every time I've drawn her, I've given her booba. And the thing is, I don't think I necessarily have to reduce her booba. It's just the real thing that I'd have to adjust is her her cleavage. That's it. Just like how low cut. That's it. Because I don't think... Because like also having like a flat-chested character also kind of hints at something even more disgusting. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just a matter of how conservatively do I want to present her. And I don't necessarily need to like change too much of like who she is. It's just like how she presents herself. But I'll probably end up mocking something up and just doing it later. But I appreciate the opportunity to sit and like gab about it with you guys because it helps me think about it. Address it in the town square here. Have you seen Train to Busan? Korean action movies have this kind of fat action hero character, which I love. I have Train to Busan in my watch list, and I have not watched it yet. Also, The Cop and The Wailing. I've seen The Wailing. The Wailing was good. Shrek remake sucks. I like the supposedly uglier older Shrek. I love that Shrek more. Everyone was attached to the idea of recognition of that Shrek. Yeah, it is interesting that they changed it. Why would you want to break something that isn't broken? You know, like, why would you want to change a really iconic character like that? And I'd imagine that there's like just prior assets that are good to go that they could have just like remade or something in the same light. But it could have been an ego thing. It could have just been artists coming in and thinking, oh, I need to put like my stamp on Shrek now, you know? It could also be a bait and switch where they're intentionally making him look bad so that people talk about it. And then the last minute they switch him to make it look like they were being like catering to what people were saying. And be like, oh, they fixed it. We love it now. So that way it's like something to hate, something to talk about. They might just be manipulating you. So let's like observe and see if it actually changes in the end or not. How she's presented basically. Riyin, the key is just to love your characters and you'll make the right decisions for them. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Like Marion, I want her to be respected 100%. And I will also, I don't even have her personality like fully formed yet. And I think more like kind of skinnier female character tends to be more wiry, more hyper personality, like is like usually kind of the stereotype to it. But I guess it kind of changes with it can change with elves because elves in general have kind of like a poise or whatever to them. And so the real question is, where do I want her center of gravity to be? Is it in her shoulders or her hips? Which I thought, I actually like saw a short on this. I see so many random TikToks and they were talking about how like women as they age, when they're younger, like all women start with their center of gravity in their shoulders like men. And then as their bodies grow, their center of gravity, you know, around puberty time shifts down into their hips. And so they say a lot of ladies feel that they start to lose their athletic ability at that time. But it was this woman saying, you can still be athletic. You just have to adjust to the new paradigm. I was like, it's like the things you never like have to think about because you're a dude. It's really interesting. But from like an animator perspective, an artist perspective, these are things that you should understand if you're going to make believable representations of these, different body types. It's just fascinating. It's just physics, baby. The recent Puss in Boots is pretty good. Not sure with a new Shrek. Although I guess you can't see the character as your daughter and be like, you can't go out dressed like... That's true. No, you have to think of characters as all things. I like the idea that Riyin can represent a love interest to you as the player. If you want to be attracted to her or like in your mind kind of like pander to her, simp for her, then I think that's fine. Like I said, I wasn't going to make her and Gant like fall in love because would be a doomed romance anyways. So she's basically just who she is and there to do her job as a druid and like support. So she's your friend. Like I said, she's not going to have dialogue that's like, hey, daddy, like, what's up with you? Like, it's not going to be that energy. It's going to be like, how are you doing? Can I help you? Kind of a thing. Like, we need to kill these filthy orcs. Let's, like, what do you need? Kind of a thing. From like the druid services that she provides. And you guys are like long partners in working that territory. And so you're just allies. You just look out for each other. So you're like family. That's how I think of her. She's like your I don't know, but I find it interesting also that we can like sit and talk about this for a long time. It really shows that there's like a lot of potential. Like, who is she? Like how is she going to be part of the story? And like, how are we going to receive her? And like all this stuff, it's like makes it like the fact that she's compelling on that level, I find interesting because it's like, well, let's make sure that we capitalize on that and make it a good experience with her. And that is basically her entire function because you're not going to play as her. She's just there for like lore and for that side energy. And there's also going to be another character that's going to be prevalent. And I think is going to be more male energy, but not exactly taking humanoid form. But we'll get into that when you play the game, or at least when we start working on the dialogue system and you start to see some of the dialogues. I like to keep a little bit of mystery as we move forward. Man, this is one big ass texture. But honestly, we're almost done. We just got like basically the bottom quarter. And I'm sure there will be some refinements once we actually get into it. Takes a lot of work just to freeze all these damn enemies. Here's the fodder that I need. Get her done. I'm like, as I write the dialogue for the characters, I'm also trying to figure out like how much personality or, you know, like sass or wittiness or whatever I want to put into the characters. Because right now I've written them so far kind of simply, and it's with like the philosophy that I heard from Stephen King, which is kind of leave things a little bit vague so that you yourself can sort of envision the personality. So like leave room for like the personality that you want to put into it. But he didn't make that point specifically about personality. He just said generally about not being over descriptive on, you know, just you don't want to necessarily modify everything to death. You want to just leave things a little bit open to interpretation so that people can have space to just see things how they want to filter it through their personality, their way they see the world. So I think I'm going to experiment with like adding a little more personality specific traits. Because I don't know, you think about like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? And you've got Splinter, the Papa, and the all-knowing guru and master, who's just like old and decrepit, but somehow can still like throw Shredder off a rooftop. And then you've got Leonardo, who is kind of the goody two-shoes, the leader, the guy who just accepts responsibility and get things done and will hold people accountable. And he's kind of like the fun police. He's the one that like everyone will make fun of, but when push comes to shove, they know they can rely on him, perhaps to a fault, because he's maybe a little too controlling at times. And then there's the counter energy to that, which is Raphael, who is, instead of like calm and responsible, he is angry, still a leader, but wants to be alone. And then there's Michelangelo, who just cuts loose, wants to be just doing the fun, goofy thing. And there's Donatello, who's the intelligent one, the intellectual, the nerd. And so they all have like very like strong personality traits that they hold to. And it like, I think it's what makes them a really endearing cast of characters. And I feel like I have not established that yet. Like all I know is with Marion, she is going to be nurturing because she's a druid. So she's a caster, so she's squishy, and she's a nature druid. So she's very like, she's elven, she's very like into nature and being nurturing and like whatever, you know, that's just like her thing. And she's squishy because she's a caster. You know, as casters don't generally do a lot of melee. All of their power comes from their intellect. Gantz is going to be a ranger that's very honorable and not afraid to like rough it. Just like do what it takes kind of a thing. But aside from that, I don't have like a strong personality trait for him. I've not decided yet. I wanted him to be definitely eager for battle, like willing to lay it all on the line. Like you don't got to twist his arm. He wants to go to battle to fight for what he believes in. And he'll essentially selflessly do whatever needs to be done. That's why he's in the predicament that he's in. But part of me wants to like make him a little bit more humorous and like a little more sassy at times. Just a little sassafras. We've been effectively listening to the Fable soundtrack this whole time. Are we still listening to Fable? Oh no, we stopped listening to Fable a while ago, I think. Yeah. I liked it though. I'm gonna add it to the main playlist. All those were good songs. Yeah, this is exactly why I want to do a dialogue system, is so that I can be working on answering these sorts of questions, deeper aspects of character. And just to be able to have moments of like brevity and dare I say hilarity. But who knows? I think I have the potential to have a little bit of lightness in this game. Not make it like 100% serious. Something in between. Kinda like me. Sometimes serious, sometimes goofy as shit. Almost got a first full pass here on the ice. Then we can start working on the transparency. I got to start adding a little bit of highlights to the line work as well. Pi, thanks for the raid. It says we got a raid. How come I'm not seeing the message? Maybe I'll just give it a second. Maybe it's just taking a little minute here. What in the hell?
Come on.
What in the hell? Jin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Guys, I'm working on an ice texture for, I'm creating a texture to freeze enemies in. And working on my game, Woods of War. It is a tower defense card game. And let me give an SO to Pi. I don't know why the message didn't go off there. Did it not like fully go through or something? Well, anyways, Pi Air, thank you for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. And here, I'll show you guys the game a little bit. It's available on Steam for wishlisting. And so here's like the title screen, the initial title screen. I don't have the other options yet. This is where you'll do like settings and stuff. And then this is going to be like the start of the game. It's going to fade into the forest. So that's the tree. That's the tower that you must protect. And then here's like where the intro of the game will happen. It's not there yet. And then like here's just like the start of the level. So you get a starting hand. You can decide if you want to keep or replace cards. And then you have enemies coming from the right and the left that are trying to destroy you. And right now I have like a bunch of goblin bombers, which are going to destroy anything that they touch. Unless I can kill them. Oh, got him. So you can upgrade Arcanas directly, but it's more expensive this way. Like this is a 9 mana crystals right now. But if you really desperately need to upgrade stuff, you can do it. And otherwise, you're just waiting for cards to be dealt. And you just try to survive until you receive cards in real time. So it's like a speed deck builder. And like I said, there's not going to normally be this many goblin bombers. They're everywhere. They just take everything out in one hit. And normally you also won't have this much. I have like 275 mana crystals right now. You normally are going to be earning mana crystals as you kill enemies. So you won't be able to manually upgrade stuff as much as you want, like I can here. I think that was the last of the goblin bombers. They are a pain in the ass. And when you kill enough dudes, you're accumulating special energy. Oh, VA Survivor, thank you for the follow, by the way. You're accumulating special energy, and eventually you get a death flower, which is this flower that bloomed in his beard. And you can redeem that to get an AoE card. So this is like big damage AoEs, and they cost way more. But they can bust things up. And yeah, so that's the game. It's still, I'm not quite to the point of having like a demo yet. I'm just getting everything built still, and I'm currently working on the flash freeze card. Let's see if we have one here. So like this one in the middle here, flash freeze. So once I actually have this card built, I'm gonna drop it, and it's gonna do like a blast of ice energy, and then each of the characters are going to freeze in place. And so that's what I'm currently working on. I'm creating this ice texture, which is going to look like the one up here to the left, this little one. So this is just like the initial art to create like a big texture. And then I'm going to take this texture and I'm going to be pasting it over enemies like this. Just pick like a random space. And then I'll be just cropping out the excess like that. Oops, wrong layer. And of course it'll have like a little bit more transparency built in. So that way it just like looks like he has like ice texture. So that's the whole reason why I'm making this giant ice texture thing. So that I have just like an easy sampleable thing that will fit even as much as the dragon, because the dragon's a big boy. So we need like a lot of texture, a lot of ice texture to make it work. So yeah, just working on the freezing every single enemy. It's gonna be a lot of work because I have to go through each individual enemy to do all this stuff. Art is very clean. I like it. Thank you. Why tree is not bleeding after taking damage? So Akris, I don't currently have the game over screen, but there's a reason for that, because he's only going to be able to take one hit directly. So normally when you hit him, if he has Arcana built on him, the Arcanas will take the damage and you'll see little HP bars for them. But as soon as they're all gone, like say on the right side, all three are gone and an enemy hits directly to the tree, game over. So there's going to be an animation of the tree like falling over at that point, or like exploding or something. I don't know yet. I think it's going to be just like a falling over kind of a thing, like it got knocked down. And let's see, we're going to select this again. Let's select. So it's going to be an instant death. There will be no bleeding necessary. Know what I mean? Wow. Oh, okay. Yeah. Game over screen. I need to develop that soon. It's like I said, I'm just trying to get it to the point where I can make a demo, release a demo on the Steam page, and get people playtesting it. But we don't have enough assets built up yet. I'm almost there. I'm very close, and getting the freeze is one of the big steps. Once we get the freeze card in, and then we get the life drain card in, then after that I just have to get a few more adjustments to the enemies and adding a few more Arcana cards, and then I want to add a few more utility cards, and then I think we'll be ready, because currently there's only 10 cards in the deck, and I need to eventually there's going to be like 50 plus cards in the deck. But for the demo, I'm trying to get it to be I think at least 14 cards, 14 to 18 cards in the initial deck for the demo. And predominantly they're going to be earth magic, but eventually there will be earth, shadow, fire, and frost magic. And this flash freeze card is one of the frost cards. So for the specials, you are going to have like the other Arcana types. So what kind of tablet do you use with the A-Sprites? I recently bought an iPad and I'm using Procreate for doing pixel art. I tried using Procreate for pixel art and I didn't love it for that. So on the iPad, I use Resprite because you can open A-Sprite files and export A-Sprite files. So that was fortuitous. Good workflow. I'm using a Wacom 16-inch, but I do prefer A-Sprite. I think it's more efficient than anything else. And it just has like the best overall functionality, and the just using keyboard and the Wacom is the best workflow for me, especially when I have to make like major adjustments to animations and stuff like that. I can work faster when I'm on the pad and also with the keyboard. But yeah, I do want to, I'm trying to release this game this year. And we'll see. I'm still laying a lot of the infrastructure, so I'm not to the point where I'm just adding enemies and cards. That's going to be a fun time. Like, I still got to make the other levels. There's going to be 4 levels that you have to play, which is, it's the 4 seasons. So we got, you know, spring, summer, fall, winter. And the summer level is going to be a lava level, but then all the other levels are going to be as you would expect. And each one will have different enemy types, and each, you have like the different schools of magic, which will function differently per level. And then I'm also wanting to put in weather, procedurally generated weather, so that different arcanas, different magics will work differently in certain weather conditions. And you'll have to be adapting in real time. So you're going to be like, you get to pick your deck, but when you go into the level, the deck is served to you randomly. And then there'll be like the weather stuff that you can't predict. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that you're essentially having to adapt to, like what cards you're given in that moment and how you play them, how much money you have to play them. And you know, the weather will affect certain things, like, you know, obvious stuff, like if it's raining and you're trying to use fire, a fire card, it's going to be less effective than say if you use like a frost card in the rain. I'm also thinking I might want to do like dry weather and stuff like that, stuff that's going to enhance like fire. Like if it's thunder, if there's like a thunderstorm, you know, thunder and lightning, then perhaps in like a very gothic weather, stormy weather, shadow magic would be more effective. Stuff like that. And I'm also going to be adding in mixtures of cards so that you can mix certain arcanas. So you can sort of like invent your own amalgamation of stuff. And there's ways to continuously use the cards. Like if you have a max level of something and you use like the same card, it'll do like a power up or heal the card depending on its circumstance. So yeah. Gonna be lots of nuance, and I'm hoping that over time I can make it more advanced and intricate. Match the plan. I see. Yeah, you like Asebright a lot. You were hoping to be able to hook my iPad to the PC to use with Asebright, but didn't research enough. Yeah, I've never heard of that. People using Apple products with Windows. Doesn't sound like a thing. Yeah, when I'm busting out the iPad, it's usually when I'm just chilling, watching a movie or something. Getting on the computer is like the workstation, you know, it's like good for faster production, high focus work sessions and working on the iPad. It's slower, it's less efficient, but sometimes it's about just moving things forward, even if it is at a snail's pace. Because like when I've used Resprite for pixel art, it's slower. A-Sprite's faster. In general, like just because there's like keyboard, I can use the keyboard to do like shortcuts and stuff. When you have to like touch screen everything to change everything constantly, it's like you know, eyedropper, sample, brush. It's like every time you're just like always clicking everywhere. You're not just like using one hand to like hit your shortcut. And so naturally you just slow down on what you're producing. But, you know, it can still be an effective part of your workflow. I tend to only do more subtle. Like I'll start a sprite and resprite, but I won't animate it or, you know, fully. I'll just do like the initial drawing of it, or like the portraits, the dialogue portraits I'll do, because it's just general art. But like animation, I got to sit down with A-Sprite because it's the real workhorse when it comes to that. Get shit done. All right, so now let's see. I have all of the center part selected. I'm actually going to separate this out. So now we just have this without the that, so then we can add that layer.
Come on.
Chief, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. A little bit of saturation. We'll push. I think that could be So the question is, how much transparency do I want? I think I'm just pushing it. See how far. Take this bad boy. Let's try 33. Oh, so this way you can still see the dude. And I think the selection is a little flawed, but I think it needs to be a little bit of a mix. So some of the opacity being lower is good. Oh, I want to see some of it be higher. Man from you with the hydrate. All right. Thank you. Man, I should probably get up and walk around. Hey, Tebow. What's going on? Jack Chick, what's going on? Welcome in. I'm currently making ice effects for my tower defense game here. Woods of War. How was your stream, guys? Here, I'll show you the game. Tebow. Was it a good one? Rocky shiny thing? Yes, I'm working on the flash freeze card. And this is the game I have so far. It's a tower defense card game. And I am hopefully under a month out from releasing a demo on the Steam page that people can start checking out. So if you want a wish list, if you're up on Steam, you like tower defense card games. So you start out with keep or replace cards if you want, and then you basically just start laying cards on the nodes, and you have these enemies that start to attack. And they're not right now. I have like a bunch of goblin bombers, which are like basically creepers that just instantly blow things up. I was testing them, so I have a ton of them right now, so it's kind of obnoxious. They're just coming out and just one-shotting things. So like that's not how the game is normally going to go. But normally, so like you just, as you're playing the game, cards are dealt to you periodically, and you're trying to survive based on what cards you get, and you can use it to like build out more stuff, or you can like upgrade stuff. And if you have no cards or no arcanas on the tree and the tree gets hit, it's game over. And you're just trying to survive. You can actually kill the bombers in time if you have enough DPS. So I don't think I'll be introducing goblin bombers this early in the wave, you know? Like, this is just too devastating initially. But you know, they're fun new enemies, so just had to test them. And also, as you're killing dudes, you kill enough dudes, you earn a special card, which is like AoE. So let's see if we can earn one of those soon. Deck Builder Tower Defense. This game gonna consume my life. Oh, got it. It's already gay. I already lost. I just lost, actually, because I wasn't paying attention. But I don't have a game over screen yet, but we'll just keep playing because I want to show you here. I'll trigger it. So like when you kill enough dudes, you get the death flower, which is the skull flower that grows out of your beard. And you just click that and you get yourself a special. And so we'll go with Meteor Storm. I just finished Meteor Storm with screen shake and screen flashing and stuff. So you drop one of these and you get big damage, big animation. And there's also going to be utility cards, which are like supplemental to the Arcana cards. And there will be a few additional Arcana cards as well. So you're going to get like utility cards, Arcana cards, and AoE cards, generally. But I technically already lost. You can also use left Arcanas to the right if you point it that way. Here we got another AoE. Let's drop another Meteor Shower. I just finished Meteor Shower like yesterday, so I'm like stoked on it. I'm gonna spam the Meteor Shower. Oh, it's actually called Meteor Storm. Meteor Storm. But anyways, that's Woods of War. Check it out on Steam if you want to wishlist it. Give a little support. Really appreciate that. Dragons. Yeah, that's the Dragon Rider. Already a lot of characters there. Yeah, there's going to be a lot. Hopefully around 10 enemies per season. There's going to be 4 seasons. You know, just the normal, we're talking spring, summer, fall, winter seasons. And those are going to be like the sections of levels. Each season's going to have 10 levels, and you play through the seasons. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll make it like I want to have like a campaign where you're learning the story. Like there's also going to be like dialogue. Like here's a mock-up of the dialogue system, which I don't have built yet. But is essentially what it's going to look like. And so there's going to be some like lore, some storytelling, along with you're going to be earning cards, curating your decks, and trying to survive through the seasons, defending the forest. And yeah, so anyways, we're working on the flash freeze card. And so I'm trying to create a texture that I can just paste over all the enemy types and all their respective frames and create like a frozen version of that frame. So like you can see like the little kind of ice shape that's happening over top. So I'm like just working on that texture right now, trying to make it look just right. So that's what's going on. Creating ice today. Hey, why did my music stop? Got a big old empty space in this particular song. I don't like it. I don't like silence. That's not true. I love silence. That's the question I will pose to you right now. Philosophically speaking, can you sit quietly in your own mind? Can you? That's cool. Could be cool to have it by Next Fest in June. Ooh, yes. I actually want to get my demo in Next Fest in June. That's actually the plan. Yeah. So I'm trying to get ready. I wanted to do the last Next Fest, but I don't even have my demo yet. Like, you can't do a Next Fest without a demo, in my opinion. I don't think you can. I don't even. Pretty sure they don't let you unless you have a demo, right? I don't know. Gotta go walk the doggo. Hey Tebow, thank you for the raid. I will do my best to take care of your crew and enjoy your walk. Go rest. Do your thing. Dodging the philosophical question. I see what you're doing. Go walk that dog and live your life. That's actually the best answer. You know, can you sit quietly in your own mind? So you're gonna go and just be with your dog and be in nature. That's the perfect answer, actually. Best answer is no answer. Do you have an internal dialogue? If you do, think in pictures instead of making a sound. That's an interesting approach. I like that. Yeah, like I remember asking my sister one time, like, how do you create, like, how do you like sit in a piece? You know, how do you sit in your piece? And she's like, I think of like a white room and I like envision myself there. So she like has like visualization, and I was like, bullshit. That's what I thought. I didn't say that, but like I was thinking like we all have our unique approaches to how we approach like peace in our minds. And for you to like say like instead of having words, you're going to do imagery, that's interesting. But I mean, I feel like the way that the majority of people's minds work is your thoughts arise and you can't control it. Some people have intrusive thoughts. Some people have minds that run a mile a minute. They can't stop. And so to me, like what true like peace, where it comes from is being able to let the thoughts arise and then, as they say, send it down the river. To just ignore the thoughts that arise. Don't like latch onto them and then grow them into something, add to the story. Don't do that sort of stuff. Like don't second arrow, all those sorts of things. You just let the thoughts arise, even the images, let the images arise, and then you just let it go. And you're just in a state of like let go and accepting, and or sometimes not even acknowledging the thought. Or you can acknowledge it and be like, yeah, that is a thought, and I am not subscribing to it. I'm just going to chill and send it down the river. Wait for the next thought. You can only participate once in Next Fest as well. Usually that's when you get the most exposure, so be careful as well to keep momentum to release. Yeah, I agree, Jack. That's exactly why I want to wait till I have like, right now my Steam page has like old screenshots. I don't have a trailer yet. It's not fully built. Like I don't have like the about section really fleshed out. It's just in the works, and it just would have been way too premature had I done the last Next Fest 100%. So yeah, first I'm gonna release the demo, and then I think I'll probably have like a new demo release for Next Fest in June. But hopefully we'll have in the next month or so, really next month sometime, I want to release a demo to get people to start playing, and then I can start getting feedback on how to make the game more fun, less annoying, not frustrating, useful to people, intuitive, whatever feedback I can get from people during playtesting. Because I'm sure I won't have like truckloads of testers. So if that's something you're interested in, trying the game early and offering feedback in the Discord, I would forever be in your debt. I love getting people's take on it, how they, ways that I can kind of streamline things, make things better. But first things first, get the damn demo out. That's step one, get it functional. And then keep it going. Move from there. And as like people are testing it and I'm taking those notes, I'll be fleshing out the rest of the game. And yeah. Didn't Neo stand in a room full of monitors showing Neo standing in a room and he yelled and out bullshit? That's what came to mind when you said that. Yeah, exactly. Definitely a blessing that you skipped it then. Yeah, you got to pick your right moment, Beta with the hydrate, welcome in. Daywalker stream. I know, I'm starting to cycle again. I'm starting to cycle towards the day again. But not really breaking news. It's pretty typical. I continuously stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and sometimes my Wednesday streams start on Thursdays because I just start so late because I tend to work through the night. And so so it is, my fate. Let's see, let's do a little shadow. We'll do a hard shadow. Okay. All right, let's try this one. Maybe a little less on the dark texture there. All right, that might be roughly where it is. So it's starting to like feel like there's more shape to it. We got the highlights that are kind of opaque, and then we have a little bit of dark shadow stuff that just kind of makes it feel like there's more volume to what's happening. And I have to generically make it work because the same texture is going to be like cropped differently throughout like the same enemy, because per frame as he changes position and stuff, he'll like, you know, occupy a different part of the texture, but hopefully overall it'll sample relatively decently. You could look into releasing a prologue instead of demo. If you think by June it's not ready, then you can participate in the future Next Fest down the line. Releasing a prologue? Interesting. I don't know what you mean. A prologue. Is that another event by Steam or something? Life happens. Yeah, indeed. You have the same goal. You're like 90% done in the demo functionality, but really need to make visual overhaul. Yeah, like I'm to the point where I'm just trying to get I have like a set of functionality that I want to be available in the demo, and that's mainly what I'm focused on. And it's like, so the getting that amount of gameplay working will give me enough fodder to also then create a trailer. So it's like I'm working on basically those two things at the same time, trying to get enough of that gameplay so that we can actually get a trailer in. And so, yeah, I got to get the Flash Freeze done, Life Drain done. I have 4 more Arcanas that I'd like to get done, new cards, some utility cards, and then I need to get the sound effects in the game. And as well as like the settings page, so you can, you know, change resolution, do different general settings, and have the dialogue system in as well. But anyways, there's like a lot of like little things that need to happen. But we're slowly working on it, getting on it. And by we're, I mean me by myself, solo dev over here. But I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. We got Beta over here trying to get me to hydrate, and I just can't. I got to go to the bathroom, guys. What the hell? Might even grab a snack. Beta, you son of a bitch. Yeah, you need a trailer too. Gotta go for my stream. Just realized you have like 5 minutes. Panic. Well, good luck with your stream, Gyro. And thanks for your input. I need more water. How dare you? Well, I'll be right back. Just be a few minutes here. I just gotta go to the bathroom real quick. There, are you happy, Beta? And then I'm probably gonna grab a snack real quick as well. So really just a few minutes, and then I'll be right back, and we'll snack and then continue making. We'll actually make the ice layers for the troll. Very okay, good. All right, be right back, guys. I'm back. Oh. Refreshed and ready for snacking. I've got some walnuts, Brazil nuts, sunflower seeds, digestibles, and some biscottes with some almond milk here on the side. And I had a few bites of cottage cheese, a little protein in there. Oy. Very exciting. Also ate a zinc lozenge, so we gotta finish that first. So why don't we just get to work on adding the ice texture to the troll. So I guess we just only have to do it to up to his death. This is where I wish I had batch automation like you do in Photoshop. Just create like a sequence of actions and then batch run it on each frame. That'd be nice. Alternatively, nah, it's going to be necessary for the strokes. There's basically no way around it. Not too horrible, but it's sort of horrible. All right, we take you. And okay. I'm gonna say not replace, but outline of this. 1, 2, 3. Duplicate. Let's see, you replace you with transparency. Replace you with transparency and replace with that. Okay. Now on this one, we replace you, transparency, and you go to addition 40. Precisely 40. All right, next. I'm gonna select these. Damn, it's big. Well, these frames don't have to flow together. So for frames like this, I'm just going to have to manually patch in the edges. We'll just force it to fit in the confines of the sprite. So we don't have to do any adjustment. What's up? That's what she said? You sly dog. You son of a bitch. Did it again. We just gotta make it fit. Make it work. Which means we should go back and check the first batch of frames. All right, we're good. This is gonna be like one of the Frozen frames where he gets frozen in the air, a la Mortal Kombat style. Oh, bleeding off the top. Fix that. Not on my watch, buddy. Blank. Frozen. Yes. Do-do-do-do. And that's it. It's the Ashman walking. So you can see I just use the same texture through each frame. You'll never see them animate like this. It'll just, whenever he gets hit by the frost effect, he'll just freeze on the frame that he's on. With death being the exception. Dying units won't be affected. They will just continue with their death animation. So that will remain uninterrupted. But that is that. So let's see. Do I want to use the multiply layer, or can we just get rid of it? Let's give it a certain something. That's neither here nor there, though. I'm going to get rid of it. And stroke copy. So we can delete that. All right. So I actually have to create... So the question is, like, if he's highlighted... or hit animation, do I make like a complete subset for that?
on.
Green, thank you for the follow. I think I want to make it so he at least tells the and maintains the outline. So we're going to copy this one more time. And new tag, freeze outline, save, and then we'll pull the outline from here. Okay, here. Let's see, freeze. So that's him with the outline. Does not look great. So I can't. Suppose we could do the outline on the outer stroke, but make it the inner stroke. So let's select here. We actually got to grab the red outline first. Get the red ink. All right, you, my boy. So then we will do an inside. Oh God. We'll do a replace. Place you with the red. There we go. Just outline on the outside. So we got our freeze outline. It's going to be one. Mega animation here. So you can see we got our normal state. We got our outline state. That's when you're specifically targeting that enemy. And then you have like the hit state that shows that they're taking damage. And then we have them outlined and taking damage. And then we got them frozen state. And then the frozen outline state. Now their hit state, I'm wondering if I should make it. I mean, in most games, when you hit a frozen enemy, it releases them. We're gonna have to create like a ice shattering animation. So that when they break out of the ice, it'll like shatter. But that's it. That's the enemy, or that's the frozen state. Done. So that didn't take too long. It wasn't too bad. We just got to do it for 4 other enemies. And anytime we add frames to an enemy, we're going to have to consider adding that as well. Definitely a pain in the ass. Now it's snack break. We'll do the dragon next. I think that's going to be the hardest one. It's so big. It's so big. That's also what she said. Impressive. So if an enemy is in its death sequence, it won't freeze. But the question is, with the Goblin Bomber, will I freeze him? If he's like started to explode, the freezing won't matter. What's up, Sergeant? Sleepy time at 9 a.m. We are awake and we're still going. We're going to put frost animations on all the enemies right now. We got 4 more to go. We're going to do the Dragon Rider next. That's going to be the trickiest one, freezing the dragon. It looks like it'll take me like 20 minutes per enemy to finish this. And then after that, we'll be able to add the effect of the card, the frost card being dropped, it running its like freeze blast through the whole screen. And then I wanted to make it so that as like the blast itself hits the enemy, that's when they turn frozen. And then I think that when they release from the frost, from the block of ice, that there's like a shattering of ice. But that'll just be a general like ice shattering animation that happens on each enemy. Shouldn't be too expensive because it'll just be one texture repeated a bunch of times. And this won't be the only card that freezes enemies. So definitely going to be using this freeze state for a number of effects. Gotta stretch. Next up, Dragon Time. Damn it. Looks cool. Thank you, MS Paint. Welcome in. Working on creating a frozen state of the enemies. But this is going to be the hardest one because there's a lot of... This one's kind of high maintenance. A lot of frames. A lot of bleed. But I knew that going in. It was always going to be the worst. But it's okay. All the rest will be a bit easier. Overall, workflow for this is not super bad. Why did I decide to do that? I'm leaving it in.
Come on.
I don't care. I don't want to just undo that a million times. It's like a detail no one would even pick up on anyways. Especially when the texture overlays is there. Dog, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, man. Welcome, welcome. Next. So there's this additional texture here that we're gonna crop in. It's gonna give it that extra like ice look. It's a lot for sure. Yeah, it is. It is, but I'm trying to create the freeze effect. I have a flash freeze card which freezes all the enemies on the screen, but then there's gonna be additional arcana that will freeze like individual characters, individual enemies. So it's like not the only time we'll be freezing enemies. So thankfully it'll be a repurposed effect. And yeah, we already did one enemy. It's really coming together. I like the effect, and it'll really start to resonate when I have the shatter animation as well, because we'll have it like shards like dropping or something afterwards. And then, of course, I'm very much inspired by the Sub-Zero effect on Mortal Kombat 1. And when he freezes, they have them rock back and forth. So I'll definitely do that. So like once they hit this state, they'll kind of like freeze. And then like as they are start getting ready to break away, they'll just like start to shake again. And then it'll shatter and they'll just like resume from where they left off. So essentially they're just being paused. So if they're like doesn't matter if they're like mid-flight, mid-throw, mid-axe, like attack, doesn't matter. They'll just like freeze in the position they're in. And then as soon as they come out of the ice, they'll just resume from the point they left off. Because programmatically, that's going to be the easiest thing to do. So yeah. So we still got to do that animation of like the little shards. Do 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 do. And then we have, after this enemy, we've got 3 more after this. But this is the big boy. The biggest sprite that we have to freeze so far. Next. Even though this is a lot of work, it's going to be fun to like have them pause exactly at their point of action in the moment. And yes, I don't care that I'm freezing flying units that just stay hanging in the air. It's magic, baby. Iliad, what's going on? Can you not have some specific pixel colored through all frames? If you can, it may save you a lot of work. Let me show you. Here is the troll that we got done. And so I want to have this overlaying texture that creates like the ice kind of sculptural look. Oops. Get back to the frozen. So I want it so that no matter what point of action they're at, they have like that frozen look. And they're not, these frames aren't going to like link together. So you can see how it's like one texture being cut into all these different frames. So it's really not that bad. It's like 20 minutes per enemy. And yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's like, I think the best look. Now, could I go in and programmatically just do what Mortal Kombat does, which all they do is have like a blue tint? Yeah, I could do something like that. It would be a little less work, but it wouldn't look as interesting. I like the way this looks. It's got that like different planes of the ice overlaying the character. And I don't know, it's the style that I want to go with. A little extra work, but it's what I want. So I do it. We're chilling, right? We can spend like a couple hours doing this for a pretty satisfying effect. I mean, if it took me hundreds of hours, then I might argue with you. But it's really just, we're talking like maybe an hour or 2 of work. It's just not that big a deal. It's totally worth it. I want it to look the way that I want it to look, and I'ma do it. I've done far more work for less effect. This is actually, I organized this pretty well, so it's like not that bad of a sequence. It's just normally enemies won't need this much touch up frame to frame. This is an exception because this is like a massive sprite. And since I don't want to expand the sprite, I'm like just having it be contained within the frame that it's in. The hell was that? What in the hell? What in the hell? So yeah, I mean, this one, like I said, it is the worst. So it's going to seem like, wow, like why is he doing this on like with this much work on like one single thing? And all the other ones are going to go by a little bit faster. This is just the absolute worst one, and it's just not even that bad. Let's keep our heads up. Stay positive. Pretty good. It's gonna be good. Not mine. Absolutely love your patience. Thank you. Thank you. well, you know, I want it to look the way that I want it to look, and takes that handcrafted extra moment, extra time. So, you know, when you buy a game from Riyin Studio, that it got a lot of TLC. A healthy dose of tender love. Because hell, I enjoy this. This is actually like exciting because this turned out better than I expected. I was worried about it. The frozen effect. Was it going to look okay? Was it going to turn out? And it's like, this is it. This little workflow is like perfect. We paste a silhouette of each enemy. Then we add a 3 pixel stroke of the clear blue. Then we do the turquoise and the dark blue. And then we go through and do these touch-ups where it's bleeding off the edge so we can avoid expanding. So that way I don't have to reposition any of the data for this sprite. I don't want to make any of those sub adjustments. And this will totally work out when the overlaying texture like comes in, because I know it kind of looks like it's cutting off at the nose and stuff, but it'll actually be fine. And then after that, we just go in and crop in the ice texture on each frame. And then we just push it to the end of the sprite and we're done. It's just like not too bad. A lot of little steps, but they're pretty simple. And that's the beauty of it. And this I won't even have to do this for every frame, because there's a lot of frames where he's like fully inside, you know, he's not like all the way to the edge. I think for the attack and the walk to idle. So really it's just this walk cycle, that's the worst. I think the tail and head move slightly each frame, so you can't grab multiples, even if you wanted to. Or so it looks like. No, I actually think there was repeated frames. I think it like cycled within like 8 frames or something that I probably could have just pasted, but I'm just chilling. I don't care. Basically, I did each frame 3 times, and I probably could have saved a little bit of time. But sometimes it's not about like saving every ounce of time, you know? Sometimes I just sit and I just like to chill and do a little pixel art, some busy work, and relax. Take a break from just always driving super hard, you know? Like I really am always pushing, but sometimes I just like these simple tasks that I can just like mentally veg out to, and then just chill and like talk with you devs, wanting to hang out, get inspired. What are you guys working on? It'll be over before you know it. Oh yeah, exactly. See, look, already the nose is starting to pull away from the edge. The tail might actually stay on the edge on the attack sequence, so we actually might still have to adjust that. But let's see. So the nose is already done, so now we just got to do the tail. Next. Oh yeah. Oops, we're going backwards there. Next. Wrong button. Boom. So it is just the tail, but probably also the wing as well. Let's see if I can do it from without zooming in. Also try to avoid doing drops, sampling each frame, so we can just Save on our palette here and switch the palette. And wing at the bottom, fine. Next. Switch every other frame. Got you. Next. Bloop. I've always loved ice effects. Iceman is my favorite, one of my favorite X-Men, has always been. I like mutants with unlimited potential, where it's just like they're only limited by their creativity. I just love that, because I mean, you think Iceman, he literally, like, I was just showing a comic book panel because I was getting inspiration from a Salvador Larroca penciling Uncanny X-Men from the 2000s, I think. And he's fighting Bastion, the new next-gen Sentinel, and he gets hit. And as he's thrown back, he makes a ice clone of his body. And so Bastion thinks he's dead, but he's like, then he shows up, he pops out from somewhere else, and he's like, ah, ah, like shit like that. I'm like, that's awesome. It's like, what else could they do? It's just like a mystery box surprise. Mutants is just like limited by your creativity. Here I am back to using the droplet tool. And I say I'm addicted to the drops. And we got a lower tail. We're almost done now. We got some John Butler Trio music to inspire us. What the hell? Oh, wrong. That was the wrong layer. Okay, no wonder. No wonder it looked weird. It's a face only a mother could love. Throw. Ooh, the throw. It's coming off the edge. For one frame, yeah. It's like a snow day for one frame. Beautiful. And that's the end of that, right? And that's okay. Stand animation. We need to add the stand animation or a hit animation, not stand, to the Goblin Bomber, which maybe we'll do as we're doing this. I can just finish off that sprite. Needs a few extra. Chillin' is most important, honestly. I'm in the last week of the data science competition I had high hopes, but things are looking bleak for our last submissions. We were third place for a week, but can't crack the top and are getting lapped. Ugh. And don't tell me they're young children prodigies. They're like like 7-year-olds that were geniuses and graduated high school when they were still in diapers, and just putting you to shame. While everyone was watching Smosh and Skibbity Toilet, these young whippersnappers were reading and learning, becoming super geniuses, touchscreen style. All to defeat we leave. Yeah, also here's a team from NVIDIA. Oh shit. Yeah, they already have an internship at NVIDIA. Okay, so we finished that. So then we have to create a duplicate of this. And I will hide that layer and we will save. Always save. Always be saving. And here we will... Did I already get rid of... I guess I did get rid of that. Shit. I prematurely erased the center... So that means we're going to have to go through and paste those back in. Oh, wait, no, we don't. We already have those on the other layer. We just got to merge them. Thank fucking goodness. Thank you for the goodness. On Edition 40 layer, bring you up. Turn you back to normal, 100%. We're going to change you to green, and then we're going to, on you, wait, was that on every frame? All right, beautiful. And then on here, we will select you, every frame, stroke copy, change you green. And that will be the layer that we utilize to paste in. Oh wait, we gotta merge these two. Blah. Stroke fill. Hide. Stroke. Ice texture. Now for the good part. Here's where the magic happens, guys. Iced. It's a frozen dragon. Oh God. What have I become? Damn, look at that. That hits. That feels right. Yes. Ice dragon. There actually will be an ice dragon. And they'll probably be immune to getting frozen. Or they won't be frozen as long. Maybe not take as much damage. You know, got frost resistance. But what if you couldn't freeze the frost dragon? Ooh, yeah. That would be terrible for the player. And I love that. I love torturing my players. You run a frost card on a frost level and frost enemies are just like, I don't freeze. I eat freeze for breakfast, bitch. That's what they'll say. Because they talk pretty. Do it. Remember, this is the worst one, and it's not even that bad. Freeze the beast on every frame. Now, if I was a real classy programmer, I would, when the dragon is frozen in the air, I would have him drop to the ground. But I'm not going to do that. He's just going to float in the air frozen. About 60% of the way there. To freezing this dragon. What a big boy. That's why we had to make the frost texture so large. And we made it square so that for the unforeseen enemies in the future, we don't know how big we'll make them. Might even have to extend this at some point. Winter is coming. Winter? Yes. Can't freeze the ice dragon, can't burn the fire dragon. Makes sense to me. Freezing an ice dragon should heal the ice dragon. Burn the fire should heal the... Oh, God. Oh, that's the worst. Oh, we gotta note that. That's awesome. You try to freeze the ice dragon, it heals the ice dragon? Oh, God. Freeze. Burning fire dragon. Heals dragon. Unless... Now this would be like a weird nuance. If, say, for instance... So if it's raining and you use fire, the fire will be less effective because it's raining. Because it's the counterbalance to fire. But if it is a fire dragon, he will be weakened. So your fire spell will do less damage and the fire dragon will still resist the shit out of it, but he'll take a little bit of damage in that scenario. Or maybe no damage, as opposed to being healed. So that would have to be like the nuance to it. That's when the weather comes into play. That'll have to come when I actually like implement the weather effects, though. I think generally speaking, we'll just start with the simple... All right, there he is. Fully frozen dragon. Now we have to add him to the end. Do we get... No, yeah, we don't need the fill anymore. Delete. So we got to take these 3 frames. Yes. We need to take this. First of all, we need to add an extra empty frame at the end. Do that. Then we need to take... I guess we do need to separate these. No, I guess we don't. I guess we don't. So we need these 72 frames. Oh my God, there's so many frames. I really hope this sprite will work out. Clean. All right. You are this. Oh, yeah. Flying all over the place. Bloop. So we're gonna go new tag, freeze. And then we're gonna go for the very end. We're gonna say new tag, freeze, outline. And actually, we're gonna copy this and we're gonna paste it over the freeze outline, like so. And then we're going to change the stroke. We need the outline red. I should add that to the mix on the palette. And then we will replace the outer color with red. Because we really don't want to go in and redo shit. Okay. So that's if you like are targeting him, you'll get that outline. All right. Then we got to take off the frost from the first layers. Blammo. Return to normal. All right. Save. And for good measure, because it's such a big ass one, we're going to save 32, version 32 of the dragon. We're going to create our sprite sheet. Now, did I do, what's 43? Is that going to work? Oh my god, it's such a big sprite. Look at how monster this sprite is, guys. Can't even see it all. There you go. That's the whole sprite. Look at the sprite on this guy. That's a fun idea. Atmospheric buffs, debuffs is next level. I wanted to create a just general variability to things because I'm trying to create a general experience that is a little bit unpredictable. This one's going to be tricky because this one's got a lot of this like glow because this woman does like the lightning attack. And so I'm gonna have to like coat the lightning in the ice, but like selecting around the glow of the lightning I think might be a little tricky. It's gonna be tough. This is a Stormcaster of the Shadow variety. And hopefully this one won't be very complicated compared to the dragon. Normal for now. Then we're gonna add 1, 2, stroke, and ice texture. Paste. That's the one right there. All right, so we paste the texture. We go all the way to the stand. We link and then unlink to create individual keyframes. All right, now we have individual. Bloop. Now we got to go and make our individual selections. Oh shit, we got to open up the dragon again and pull in the palette. Give me the palette there, buddy. And here, palettes, disgusting palette. I don't even know what you are. Get out of here. No one wants to see that garbage. Okay, now, next up. Yeah, this one's tricky potentially because of the fact that she might have a lot of individual frames that are, oh my god, no, we need you. Fill. She's got a lot of separate layers, and that could cause some headaches, but we'll see. We'll just frame to frame work it out. She's got her little saunter. I really love this one because she just like walks with her cane all chill, and then she drops her cane and does like a really heavy lightning attack. I just love that counterbalance. It's a beautiful thing. I'm an old lady, but I will crush you. It's beautiful. There, you drop that cane, you old bitty. It's like, I will taste the lightning. As it sears your flesh. Oh, see here, we already have the... Oh, yes. Can I just, like, fill this on all... Damn. So I'm going to just fill this. Let's see, this goes all the way to this frame. So we're going to link and unlink. That way we just got the stationary item there covered. This is where it gets tricky because then we start adding in lightning. So I want to freeze the lightning. I think freezing the lightning will be cool. So let's see, plus which, this frame's easy. So we're gonna try to, yeah, the glow might be a little outside, but that's okay. I actually think it'll be covered though by the additional strokes that I'm going to be adding in. So I'm going to go 1, done, done. Got you. Yeah, I think this is going to be not so bad actually. Boom. Got you. Save. I just for some reason want to save another version. Anxiety has spoken. So after this, then we have the orc and the goblin bomber. And I actually want to redo the orc. So I guess I should hold off on doing him. Have to remember the magical order of operations: lightning, then ice. It makes you wonder. I mean, it's probably impossible, but if you think, I mean, this is magic, so we get to break the rules. But if you think scientifically, could you technically freeze lightning? And I think physics would say, no, you can't. But in magic, why the fuck not? You know what I mean? Where the hell is this extra? Where are you? Can I not select you because you're too light? Huh. It won't select that because it's too light. After the stream, search frozen lightning. Well, it's obviously like a very fantastic concept, but in games we get to break the rules and do whatever the hell we want. I just think it'll look cool, like a lightning frozen in ice. When else in life do you get to see such cool things? Never. Only here. Tell me it's the same as this. I think I could just reuse this one. Let's just try to reuse that one. Does that look like it covers the base? It does. Let's see. This plus this plus this. Freeze. There we go. Next. See, I knew this one would be tricky. It's never what you quite expect. Scientists froze lights for the first time like a couple days ago? No way. I also saw Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that light is not the fastest thing in the universe, right? Because in order for there to be light, there has to be space. So the universe is expanding faster than light. So there's like expanding universe that light hasn't reached yet. Let's put that in your smike. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Oh man, my dyslexia. It's gorgeous. Gorgeous. Oh no, look at all these frames. Oh no, I'm gonna have to select 1,000,000 frames for this. Select them all, baby. Oh no, it's every single frame. Freeze it. This one's nastier than I expected. Freeze it. Freezing enemies is hard work, I tell you that much. Freezing light. Incredible. Think we'd have to fully understand what lightning is first? Well, it's electricity. Just funny that if you said that 2 days ago, you'd be right, but now you are wrong. Get with the times. You know what? Eventually, science will start to accelerate faster than we expect. As we tap into artificial intelligence deeper, we will begin to understand things that we never quite expected before. Get with the times. So I guess the TikTok deadline's approaching. I heard someone say on a TikTok. I wonder if there will be another extension. But as far as talkers are concerned, in America, TikTok is already dead. It's been dead ever since the first time they took it down. They nerfed it, and then now they're going to try to like sell it off. But anyone who would buy it now would be a moron, because it's just going to die. Especially if it changes hands and then it just starts getting like flooded with more advertising and just garbage. It's a sad time. What? Oh my god. It's layers upon layers. We got our throw. It's gonna be the best one right there. Levitation, Holmes. It's a beautiful thing about magic effects. If anyone questions the physics, all I have to say, it's magic, baby. It does whatever the hell it wants. It's meant to mystify the mind, make you feel like you are the moron you always were. See how I turned it around there? That's the last frame. Oh, and I put it on the wrong layer. Bam. All right, rough check. Looks great. Looks delicious. Oh no. Next step. Make a big old fat selection. Like that. Paste it. Then we can put the effect on it. I'm gonna say addition 40%. It has to be 40. We must have consistency, lest we all fall. And here we're going to... Does it work like that? Change green. Son of a bitch. Green, 100%. Alright, now we got a nice green selection. And we're going to now select the ice, and we're going to outline 1, 2, 3. And turquoise, outline, dark. And now we duplicate, hide, hide, and we take this, we take the outer color, we hide, take this, take the outer color, we hide, take this, convert to the green, we hide. Now we can show this again, we can show the stroke, and on the stroke, we will remove the green, goodbye. All right, and we will add ice texture. See, we're already to the ice texture. It's going by so fast. Wait, what? Oh, man. This one didn't work out yet because we didn't fully select all the frames for this. So apparently adding outline, we got to individually handle the frames. 1, 2, 3, blue, dark blue. Oh shit. God damn it. Why is this only... Oh. One, two, better fucking work this time. 3, turquoise, navy. All right, we got it. And then we're gonna manual select. Now we get rid of the green. Get out of here. Okay. Is there any weird hiccups on the outside? Right here, it looks like. We need to do this on you. Which A-Sprite version is this? Hashi version 1.3.13. Death to TikTok is a good thing though, right? It's bad for me as an indie dev because the way that TikTok worked before it got nerfed was it's a site that is designed to put your shorts in front of random people. And if people like it, they automatically send it to 300 people. And if those people like it, then it pushes it out to more people. So the opportunities and the chance to go viral, it's way more potent for that. And so for an indie dev trying to market his own game, I could have benefited from that. And I tried for the past like 6 months to post and do well. And I never really got more than 1,000 views on a short. And lately it's been less because they nerfed it after the original ban. And it's still possible to have stuff go viral in other platforms, but it's not really as easy. You know, like YouTube specifically, people seek things out. They search for things that they're trying to learn or are into. It doesn't just like push things to people on YouTube as much, for instance. It's still possible, but like, you know, it's just generally like harder, I think, on other platforms to get discovered. And so I kind of missed the boat a little bit. I tried, but I didn't figure it out in time, and I'm still trying to figure it out. How to, you know, make a short rather, or a video that goes more viral, that can help promote the game. And a lot of times you just need like one good break and you're good. But just because TikTok's going away doesn't mean I'm going to give up. It just means it's harder now. But that's how social media generally is. There's always like times when you can get in on something and it's really good. And it's usually early on. And then it like dies out. And I think after pandemic, things are shrinking back to normal size. And so that we've seen like a deflation in that sense. And so we're just kind of, we're all waiting for like the next thing to kind of take off. And so you just try to get in early on platforms and try to do it. I mean, it's not like I'm a super expert or anything. It's just what I've observed. People that do well, a lot of times it's just kind of like a fluke. It's like the right timing, and they have good content, but it like hits at the right time too. It's like, it's not just having good content that makes the difference. It's having like something that hits that particular day. You know, you hope like everything in the world is like smooth sailing for what you're trying to post that day, and it just hits that moment, you know? So there's that timing. I don't know. But generally speaking, in regards to humanity's sake, less TikTok in America will be a positive. It'll be a net positive for attention spans. So, I mean, that'll be a good thing. I'm just sad that I didn't get to break out via TikTok before it disappeared. I tried, but I fumbled the ball. But I'm gonna keep trying, and I'm just gonna push it on YouTube. Just try to do it on YouTube, and hopefully that in the end, as long as like Next Fest works out and I get like a decent amount of wish list from that, it'll be good. But honestly, I'm trying to get all the wish lists I need on my own, and then hope that like the next fest is like that ultimate final blow that really just pushes it over the edge. But the more I can figure out how to market on my own without being reliant on that would be better, because then that would like set me up for the future. All right, that's touched up. Now we got to do texture time, where the magic happens. We are literally freezing lightning. Oh shit. That is one frozen witch. Save. Close Dragon Rider. Do you know of pixel art software that bones could be added to the image that could help pose the artwork, or have a tool that can help with this? You're talking about rigging. There is definitely ways that you can, I mean, I would say use like Blender or something, you know, use a 3D program and then add pixel art textures to it. And then you can rig away. But generally speaking, when you rotate pixel art, it explodes. It dies. You have to like manually set each frame. You can't just generally like select, like draw like a stick or something and then just rotate it. In some cases you can kind of do that if it's like a simple image, but a lot of times as you rotate things, they will deform and you'll have to like go in and like fix it up. But if you are putting it into like a 3D program and rotating it, it's more likely to just keep it in its original form. So yeah, that's the approach I would take, Chief. You think pixel over is what you're looking for? Yeah, there's like specific programs that's all they do. Is like they like basically... Fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. All right, yeah, because we forgot we didn't paste this over. Damn it. Okay, but that's okay. We can actually do this in a really simple way. We just take this and we grab this and we go 1, 2, 3. And that should cover our ass. All right, perfect. Now, select, reverse. Let's drop the pen. Delete. Beautiful. Look at that frozen ass witch. You read chat? Is that did I read that really late? Are you saying I read it too slow? Like, what are you implying there, Hashi? Or are you just shocked that I'm actually talking to chat? Just have to get lucky with the algorithms. I also think that the things that I posted weren't very good. So it's on me as well. It's not just that TikTok got nerfed. It's that I'm still trying to find how to make a short that is really good. And I think I have like, I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better ideas of how to leverage it better. And it's like I'm learning how to get it right while the platform itself is dying. So it's like now I have to put that short knowledge into making YouTube shorts instead. And I guess we have like, it says like we have like maybe 2 weeks or something, or a week left. I don't know. So not much time. Radiant, how you doing, man? Welcome in, welcome in. Let me finish reading chat real quick before I get back to this. Yeah, but also in 3D program, you don't want rotated pixels, really. Or at least you're moving away from the traditional pixel art form. Yeah, you are. You are. It's a very popular look, though. People like pixel art texture in a 3D space because I think in some way it reminds people of Minecraft. They like pixel art, but they like 3D, and they just prefer it together. And lately, I feel like when I see shorts that get like thousands of likes that people are really adore, it tends to be that style where it'll be like a pixel art or retro looking thing, but it's in a 3D game space. And I think it's harder for pixel art games in general to appeal to the masses, but I also believe that there's a hardcore following for pixel art and that it is 100% appreciated. People like pixel art. They're down. And I'm super down for it. And I just hope that I can continue evolving as a pixel artist and contribute to the art form in some way. But time will tell. There it is. That's our first frozen lightning. That's the beginning. Look at us. We are freezing lightning. Can you believe it? The lightning, it freezes. It's no problem for me. I freeze lightning every day. Blender's honestly got a lot of functionality for 2D nowadays. You think the fixing up would not be bad. I can make portraits, but I'm trying to get from possible pieces without having to start from scratch every time. I think Hashi missed your answer about the A-Sprite version. I feel like I answered him right away. At least as soon as I saw it, I answered him. I'm not always like reading chat like right away because I focus on what I'm doing. Like we're building a game here, so I'm not always going to be like on top of chat. So I apologize, Hashi. I will be reading chat though. I tend to scroll up and like read past chat and try to keep up. You know, whenever I'm in like other people's streams and I talk and I chat, Boolean, thank you for the follow. I hate getting ignored. I personally hate it, but you know, I'm also an adult and I'm okay. Like streamers get distracted and they're not always able to like keep up with everything because it's you know, there's a lot of moving parts on stream. So it's like I can let it go and it's healthy to just let it go. You're not always going to be the center of attention, but to pose a question and then to get ignored is not a good feeling. So I always try to keep up with chat as best I can. So just know that I will eventually most likely see what you wrote and respond if I feel like it's, you know, something that I want to respond to. Something I feel like I have something to add to. If I see other people like kind of chatting with each other, I don't always like read that. Like I read it, but I don't like read it aloud, you know, because it's just other people like chatting. So it's like, we don't need to like elevate their conversation unless it's like something relevant to all of us. That'd be the only time that I kind of skip over stuff in terms of like not reading it live and stuff like that. Anyways, that gamer, how you doing? What will happen in a few weeks in TikTok? Pixel art in the Poly 3D is something I aspire to. Yeah, it's a hot style. I think people are into it. When you evolve as a pixel artist, what's the next form? I don't know. It's hard to predict these things. Streamer isn't perfect. Unfollowed. Hey, Riyin, by the way, what's up? Oh, no. Oh, well, thanks for saying hello, goodbye. My heart is broken into 1,000 little shards. I will weep on my giant pillow as I fall asleep tonight. Of course, the nighttime for me is just during the day because what do? I sleep during the day and I work through the night. Except lately, it seems like my sleep schedule is we're going to be cycling through the day again. So really, I'm going to get back to a normal schedule soon. And that means when I stream, it'll be during the days. So probably on Friday, I'll probably end up streaming like past midnight on Friday. And then starting Monday, I will most likely be streaming during the day on Monday. You know? So yeah, my schedule is kind of insane, guys. And I will really try to get streaming on Monday again. I know I skipped this last Monday because I was having a programming issue. I literally just had this sinking feeling that I had an optimization issue and it took all priority. Like I couldn't not handle it. And luckily it wasn't an issue at all. And it was with the what made me notice it was the Stormcaster here, because she was not getting her rows of her sprite sheet properly mapped out because of a function I had altered. And so I thought it was like not like a simple sprite sheet mistake. I thought it was like memory there like wasn't enough memory and like things were starting to just explode. And it literally just freaked me out. I thought like my game was just it was just a hot mess and that everything was going to explode. And then I looked at it and I'm like, oh, it's actually totally fine. Is because I had altered added the row functionality to the load texture function, and it was promptly resolved. And oh, interesting. So that doesn't look good. For that frame, I'm going to actually cut this. First time I'm doing this. Let's grab this. Paste this so it looks a little bit better. Meow, 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 meow. Better? Better. So anyways, I weaseled out of Monday's stream because I was literally just having like a freak out. I was like, oh my God. But I got through it. Everything's fine. And things were actually better than I expected. Pretty good, actually. Which was a relief. It's like you're literally just like a few bugs away from imploding, and you think like everything in your game is trash and everything is for nothing. And then you look at it and you're like, oh wait, no, it's fine. That's literally what I went through. I was like, oh no, if like I'm adding too many things to the game and now it can't even handle this. What's it all coming to, man? Oh no. So yeah, I'm like, oh God. It was a funny moment. I probably should have streamed. It would have been funny, but I don't think I would have been able to resolve it as efficiently as I did, because I went on to finish a bunch of really like monumental shit. So it was actually really good. You know what? Kind of like this positioning on that. Usually when I'm skipping stream, it's because I'm like either overwhelmed or I'm overwhelmed. About 100% of the time, it's because I'm putting a lot of pressure on myself. Which generally sucks, because I mean, that means I'm missing out on like follows and stuff that day. And considering how slow my promotion tends to be, I can't really afford to miss out on the streaming. But the priority is that I maintain good health, and I just keep it moving forward, you know? So if I'm like really stressed out in that day, then I won't stream. But I'm like always working on the game. So there's always something to see. Something fresh. Oh no. We got to keep grinding. We got a few more enemies to get through. We got to do the Goblin Bomber. And then I honestly think I will hold off on the Orc so that I can just redo the Orc, which we need to animate him soon. But I am going to be dumping the old Orc design, because some things just need to happen, which means redoing that, and that just is what it is. It's not super ideal, but I'm really trying to only make revisions when I really feel that it's worth the added effort. That's it. We got all the ice done for her. So now let's put her at the ends. New empty frame. All right, let's grab her. And we're just gonna grab, I guess I do want to grab it from the outline. So that way we can just get all the frames we need. Oh, actually, let's remove this. And one more time. Control copy. Blammo. No, show me. That's the beginning. Okay. Here we have new tag freeze. And then we're going to copy. That's with the timeline though. Let's do another copy here. Do this right. Copy. Copy frames directly. And paste. And this will be freeze. Outline. Freeze outline. And we'll come into the stroke like layer. Do a replace of dark blue with red for outline. And then we will delete the ice layers from the front. All right, save and export. Oof, she is a doozy. Look at that big old sprite. A lot of lightning strikes. Those notifications showing up. What the hell? I feel like Discord just like updated and now it's like doing notifications. Hopefully they're not showing up on the stream. Notification settings. I do not like when things pop up on my screen. Let's see how big this puppy is. 7,600 pixels by 3,000 pixels. Now that is a fat sprite. All right, next enemy. So we got the troll, we got the dragon, and we got Stormcaster. And then we have Goblin Bomber is going to be our final. And the save. Okay, we got to save as version 13. They say in the Jewish faith that the number 13 is lucky, and for general superstitious people, secular people, 13 is unlucky. And I always freak out when I see the number 13. I don't know who to believe. All I know is that I'm freaked out. All right, we got the Goblin Bomber. We actually need to add a hit animation before we add the freeze animation. Because I've been noticing when he gets hit, I just use the run, and it's just not quite right. He needs to have like a defensive hit where he perhaps needs to stand. Did I have an original one where he was standing? Maybe I could just have him like plant his feet for a second and he just takes it. Takes the hit. Look at this early design of the Goblin Bomber I had. That was the first design I had of him, and I hated it. Look at the one on the top right. It looks like he's just like, something is wrong. I don't know what it is, but it's so wrong. You hate the new update. The icons are so small on the monitor now. It reset a bunch of options too. Yeah, like it's really annoying because they like added like a new theme or some shit. Does that every update? That's annoying. It's a lot of enemies for this game. So this was the original design of Goblin Bomber, and he looked like absolute dog shit. And then I redid the Marty Feldman design, and I just decided I need to make his head way bigger so that I can actually like make his cool character. And then I ended up making this one, but we're grabbing it from here so that I can get the standing. This was him standing. So I think I'm just going to grab this frame. So then this was like the new design because he just looked way better. Grab you. We'll just grab this whole frame. And actually we'll just not. We'll grab you, grab just that part of the frame. And then there was the final version, which is this version with all the bounce and squash and stretch. And I really think he came together. And he started out like dog water, and then he came out looking pretty snazzy, if you ask me. So where do we put the... Okay. Throw... I think it's after the run we're going to put the hit. And that is... Here, we'll just add a new frame. That's the bag. Put it on a new frame. So we got to redo his flame, but let's check. We're gonna delete this. We'll open. Let's see, for troll, we have. So it goes walk to attack, and then hit is after attack. So it'd be 4 frames after. So we'll put the red tint on him. Should already have that layer though. Why is his... He should be having that red tint up on his... Let's save the sprite out again. Okay, that was a weird anomaly. So we will save. We will export sprite sheets. Control. Must be perfect. Every frame perfect. I'm getting like updates from Discord on like from like every channel that I'm a part of. Every Discord I'm a part of. So it's like every time someone posts something on Discord on a random thing, I'm like seeing it and I'm like, dude. Get off my case. All right, I think I might have fixed it, maybe. Maybe. Is the reflected light in the chin too yellow? I don't know. Are you too yellow? You ever think about that, boy? You ever think about that, boy? Should I make any changes to it? Yeah, I got that additional. I'm gonna make the. Alright, the bag. We gotta delete the bag. Use the other bag from this layer. There always has to be at least one. Have you ever thought about, you know, making it good? You ever thought about not being a waste? You're a waste. It never occurred to me ever. This is the old coloring too. We gotta update it to the current coloring. This is going to be the hit animation. Bring it back. So for here we got the bag. Yes. Okay, so you're duplicated from that. And let's see what else. You shadow bag. Are you in the bag layer? You are. Oh, I see. He's actually pretty low. So I'm going to try to leverage the other one as much as I can. So really, we just need the standing and the arms, I suppose. So we'll get rid of this. And here. Remove this. Get rid. Try to use the flame animation. Maybe from the throw. All right, so then that's the foot down on that side. So I'm going to use this frame for a quick push. So here, copy paste. Looks like the bag needs to drop. How many frames? 1 pixel. Not too bad. Link's Awakening soundtrack. Yeah, this is an artist called Glasses, and he is just a really talented piano player. And he does a lot of covers and cool stuff. It's good for just kicking back. Heelsman, what's going on? Sorry, you had to leave before. You asked about your setup and overheard that with one ear, something about a 16-inch before leaving. 16-inch Wacom. Whack 'em. So then we're going to want to select this and this. And wait, what? There we go. And then give me the red, which is actually, what do you mean I don't have that? Pretty sure it's just that. Just that red. Oh, interesting. That's from, gotta do from the outline. Give me that color. And going on red. Float. Float? What the hell am I saying? Okay. Hit. So he'll be like running, and then boom, he'll get hit. And then he'll be back to normal. All right. Blend that in. So we got to add these hit frames to every section. We got outline after the run, empty frame. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit, what did I copy it from? Oh, from the top. Okay, so we'll do top. Top paste. Okay. And then we gotta add. I still got that red selected? Yes, I do. Do. Select and that's for the. And then we gotta get rid of. Damn. Okay. Actually, I'll just copy this frame to that frame, which means it's still here, isn't it? Here to this. Blam. Okay, so then we got to do this hit frame. Probably have to redo that selection. On the hit, right there. Empty frame. 1, 2, 3, 4. Top, paste. I knew it. I knew it! Select. And where are you? Where did it go? Paste it. So this will go on this frame. This will be on this frame. I need red. Damn it, where'd the red go? Jab schnabbit. Give me that damn red. There we go. Next, you, sir, get the red tint. And you also the same red tint. And we got hit outline. So I think I will paste from there after we free up the frames. Let's see. Here we go. Empty frame. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go to hit outline. I'm gonna do these 4 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the way there. Select and paste. And then here, select, paste. All right, we officially have the hit animation in. I'm going to add it to the database before I move forward. Enemy. My pleasure, Fieldsman. I'm here to serve. All right, we have the troll. No. This is the goblin bomber. But we need it on the sprite map table. And we need to change the hit and also the throw, stand, and explosion. So we got the idle, walk to idle. What did I do for that? Just another walk. Attack does nothing. Okay, hit. All right, hit. You're going to start on frame 6, and you're going to end on frame 9. And death animation. You will start on 24 now. And you will end on 45. And throw animation will start now on 10. And you will end 10 to 20. And the stand animation be 21 to 23. Save. Let's just run a quick test on the goblin bomber. Oh. Holy shit, wobble. God damn it. Let's pump in some cards. I need a spike shot. That'll work. What was that? It's like a little glitch. Is that something on the card or something to do with this? I think he got hit there. Oh, there was something. What's that blip? Oh, you know what? I didn't save out the sprite sheet yet. I'm getting tired. which means this is going to go to 46 now. So this push to 46. All right, no wonder it was busted and felt iffy. One more test. All right, come on, come on, come on, come on. This isn't going to be the normal, you don't start each level like this every time. This is just going to be the very start of the game. It's like that. I was just showing people the title screen, at least where it started. Starting point. Hit him, hit him, hit him! Damn it. Hit the bastard. Shit, they're too strong. They're too strong. He's got like 1 hit point left. There we go. Hit him. Fuck. I'm trying to trigger the hit animation. Which actually is like a defensive hit. So like if he does the hit animation, that means he was hit by your Arcana, but it was the damage was reduced because he like took a defensive posture. No, we don't want that. Let's just do this. Yeah. Couple of spike shots. Let's see what you got, buddy. There it is. He was still moving, though. Damn. You would think that he would be wrecked by... Supposed to have low armor. There we go. He did stop. He like plants his feet for a second, does a defensive hit. All right, that's all squared away. So we got the hit animation in, very good. Now I need to add the ice. Addition. And I'm coming on 9 hours on stream. I will probably, after getting this guy done, we'll call it. Having done the hardest part of this animation, but what needs to happen next is the the animation right here where it's like when you lay down the card, there's going to be ice that animates in all directions and covers the whole screen, like in a wave of ice. So animating like this little like ice wave going in, well, really I just have to animate it once going in one direction, then we'll repeat it, be the same thing going in both directions. And so it'll like grow into a big wave, and then the wave itself will like remain in like a loop, and then I'll just like manually move it from that point. I might even just manually move the whole thing myself for the whole animation. So that way, because I have to have it like cover the whole span of the level if needed, depending on where you drop the card. Anyways, let's get to it. This one is hopefully going to be really easy because there is really not a ton of frames. And let's pick a nice shape for this guy. Something like this. Okay. I like it. And then we go to the stand. We pick the easiest for last, except we had to do that extra hit animations. That kind of was a little more difficult, but it's okay. We do what it takes. Let's see. Let's go to caster, grab the palette. Thank you, thank you. Paste it. Very good, very good. Save. Grab this color. You. Paste. What is up, bot? How you doing, my friend? Welcome in, welcome in. We are freezing the enemies right now in blocks of ice. Whether they are levitating or not, they will be frozen for all time. I think I'm going to go back and fill that hole. That's what he said. Next. You, yeah. Yeah. Eh. 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 Okay. See, we're already done with that part of it. Pretty good. Now we select you, make you green. And here, I'm actually going to do this differently this time. We're going to copy this and just do grab the green. And we're going to select all of you. 1, 2, 3. There we go. And then for the stroke, we will do select you. 1, 2, oh, shit. Select all of the frames. 1, 2, 3. Turquoise. Navy. And we will check. Fuck. I'm gonna do that one again. Give me turquoise. One more. Maybe. We get you this time? Yes. Okay. Check this. That looks good. Find that. So we gotta go select addition 40. Shut you down. Stroke. We're going to hide your ass. So I guess in order to like officially finish the flash freeze, I'm gonna have to get the other orc done. Because until then, it's gonna be busted if I try to run that animation without it. Should the fire be like inside the ice? Yes. If we can freeze lightning, we can freeze fire sparks. Because the way that the freezing is going to work is that it's going to pause the enemy on the exact frame that they're at within the animation. But part of me does want to delete the ones that are least separated, like that one. But there will be kind of like disappearing stuff. Just because like that like looks a little excessive, you know? But generally speaking, I do want to freeze whatever state the sprite is in. That's the old explosion. That can go away. This is the blue. That can go away. BG, we'll dump you. And you as well. All right. So now we'll clean that up, but we'll put it at the end first. New empty frame. So we'll grab outline and ice, copy, paste. So you tag freeze, and I'm actually going to copy that same one over. This one will be freeze outline. Take this stroke, take the navy, which I already had selected, and we turn red for selection. And suppose I could have cleaned this up first, but then we got to remove this. All right, let's do here. Let's see on the, not you, see if there's any frames I want to clean up. So like this, we don't need to have this little excess up top. Oh, it did work, okay. We should have just left that alone. So you just need these 2 frames. And here we delete you. I'm gonna leave those extra sparks in. Fine. It's only when it breaks away like that where it gets kind of weird. What actual frame are you on? On the shadow frame. That's no good. How'd you get there? All right, good. He's done. Just got to save out. Export. Ooh. All right, you lovelies. I think that's it for me today. The next thing that I got to do is like I said, the rest of the ice texture. But I need to do the ice effect emanating from the card itself. And then I also need to do the where is he? I need to animate this guy. I need to animate all of his parts. I need to do a walk cycle, walk to idle, attack, everything. So that's going to be an involved process for sure. But I can't. He's going to be the new orc that's going to take over this old orc. This orc is getting... This is the original orc that I created, and I liked him. He's like a nice, simple orc design. But once I did the capsule art, which you can see above me here, the orc had... I don't know, I just felt like this was more his body type. Just like a slightly bigger unit, and just had more the vibe. He's essentially going to be the same. I'm going to do the same animation as best I can to try to just like replicate the same animation, just with this body. And so I just have to basically go and replicate frame to frame with this look. And I'm hoping that I can just like honestly carbon copy like a lot of it, so that it's just like an easy transference to the new design. And then once I get that done, then I can come back and put the actual like frozen effect over him. But I like how the freezing effect came out. It worked out. So this is just going to encourage me to actually get the orc design done. So that's a good thing. Beta, thank you for hanging out for the chill stream. Yeah, we went for about 9 hours. It was very productive. I got through literally all the enemies except for the one that I need to get redone. Pretty productive here. Pretty good day. A lot of fun conversations today, and yeah, I'll be back on Friday. Like I said, it'll most likely be like basically after midnight on Friday. Just because of my sleep schedule starting to like push forward again. So I'm gonna be streaming into the morning like I have been today. And yeah, oh my God, it's already like the afternoon basically. I'm already turning into day streamer. Oh God. So why don't we go raid somebody and move on with our lives, you know? But hell, man, it is going, it's going well. Definitely making strides. I will say, definitely making strides. Bang, bang, bang. Dang, 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 dang. Bum, bum. I'm looking, I'm looking. Well, I know you guys were talking about doing 3D mixed with pixel art. So I think we'll go ahead and raid Hillfort, and he's doing a God, was it Unity or yeah, he's using Unity, but he's basically doing a pixel art game but in a 3D space. And it can give you guys kind of an example of that, and it's very, like, he's doing really well. Like, he already has like over 60,000 wish list, and he's from the UK. He's like, he went viral on TikTok. He had one of his TikToks have like 1 million views, and he was able to get a ton of wish lists to like a good foundation, and he hasn't even done like a Next Fest yet. So he's crushing it, and it's not his first game. So he's got that foundation done, and it's Zyfe, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So yeah, I'll be back on Friday, most likely more like Saturday morning-ish, meaning like Friday after midnight kind of a thing. And we will continue on. I don't know what I'll be working on, whether it'll be animating the orc or trying to add to this animation. But either way, we'll be making whatever progress is necessary. Honestly, I'll probably start on the orc, and then tomorrow on my off day, I will do my off time, I should say, on the on my weird werewolf time, that I will work on getting more of the animation done for this this particular special. But anyways, let's go check out Hillfort. But we always have to play the proper ending. So those of you hanging on YouTube, thank you for watching. Those of you on Twitch, guys, thank you for hanging out, man. Let's go check out Hillfort here on Twitch. And I'll be back on Friday. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Always appreciate you guys for watching and hanging out. Doing your thing. We almost made it to 9 hours. Almost. Almost. We are trying. But It's 4 minutes away. I don't care. I don't need 9 hours. I need rest. Lots of resting. Guys, have a good end of your week. And I will see you as the weekend commences and we will continue work. And be well. Take care of yourself. Drink water. Get exercise. Go for a nice walk. Get your vitamin D. Get your zinc. Your selenium. All your minerals. Some potassium. All right, here we go. See you on the other side.